All right, well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our annual summer workshop. At workshops, we get together and have more of a free-flowing conversation, generally around longer-term goals. Although today we do also have some business as usual items at the outset, so it's a bit of a mix. So why don't we dive right in? First up, we have approval of miscellaneous items, licenses, and contracts. 1A is question of approving the meeting minutes from June 2nd. Did anyone seek to amend those minutes? All right. Okay, so I move then approval of the meeting minutes from June 2nd. Bernard?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
Amanda?
Aye.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Next, why don't we take 1B through 1S in omnibus fashion, although I would like to maybe remove. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's take that in omnibus fashion.
One quick flag.
Yes.
1T just needs to be postponed. That's a 1-day entertainment license for Jim Beam Matcha and Tea.
Okay,
They're gonna move when they want to do that. So they're gonna come back to you on the 30th. So everything except 1P.
all right, so 1B through 1S, not including 1P.
Yeah, I'd like to pull up and not really discuss, but just confirm that the UASC grant that we're talking about relates to fiscal year 23. And that does not have any of the provisions that we're concerned about with respect to the administration's new efforts to attack enterprise.
That's correct.
And that mainly because I think people get really upset and agitated about UASC grants. And we just want to give assurance that this is not one of those that are going to be causing us problems.
Right. That is correct.
And we should note that in the minutes.
We will.
I have
Go ahead.
one other question.
Sure.
There are just in general, a number of authorizations to hire.
Yes.
And I'm just wondering, are these by and large authorizations to hire that are made possible by the override?
Yes, I mean, in the absence of the override, we would be looking at which of these positions we would not be filling. So, yes.
For communications purposes, it would be helpful to have a list of positions that we're able to fill because of the override. Just to let town meeting members know where their override dollars are going.
Sure, happy to do that. I mean, it's can be difficult in the sense that, right, we had proposed positions to cut in the event of a no override scenario. But for example, you look at the sustainability and natural resources position at DPW. Had the override not passed, we didn't specifically say that position would be cut in FY27. But because the sustainability division would sunset in FY28, we'd likely leave that position unfilled. So there's some nuance there, but we can definitely, try and demonstrate, try and show, what positions we're able to fill as a result of having the funds
Fill or maintain.
maintained. Yeah.
Right.
Right, to that point that Michael just made about maintain, it would be helpful to know how many of these positions were we already seeking to fill, as opposed to how many are new as a result of having additional dollars.
Well, the good news is that none of these are new positions right now. The newer positions are gonna come later in the year as in FY27. So once the fiscal year turns over, when we start looking at some of those new positions, that's what you'll see. These are positions that we already have that need to be filled.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so just to button that up, since I'm not gonna be here between now and the next meeting, if we could prepare some sort of announcement to this effect, that these are positions that were created or maintained because of the override for the next meeting, it would be.
Sure.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question about 1C. It's a relatively minor question, but I'm just curious why collection services and a reference librarian would be K through 7 as opposed to K.
That's a grade, like the job grade.
Oh, that's a job grade, not
Yeah,
academic.
it's a good question. Yeah, it's a good question. No, it's a job grade. Yep.
Okay, And then regarding one R, so one R proposes approval of the design advisory team for the Chestnut Hill Commercial Overlay Zoning District, and it sets number of positions by category. The specific individuals who would comprise the design advisory team have not yet been selected, correct?
Correct.
So there will be an application process for that. People will be notified publicly, and then there will be a selection process.
Yes.
The only thing that I would amend on that, one R, it says the proposed slate includes, it should say the proposed slate includes at a minimum. Because that was a very important point.
All right, so let's,
How long do you think until that entire committee is staffed? How long does that normally take?
I mean, not too long. The planning board will move forward on this. So it's a statutory requirement to design advisory teams. The planning board will make that appointment. And so as part of this, you've got that letter in your packet, proposed letter in your packet that will be sent to the chair of the planning board. They'll meet and, move as expeditiously as they can.
Okay.
Just so everybody is aware, the reason that I wrote that letter is because there is an element in the memorandum of agreement that says that the select board will advocate for a design advisory team that includes all of these roles. So this is all language that's taken directly from the memorandum of agreement.
And at the minimum was in the MOA.
Yes, at the minimum is in the email.
I just have one general comment. If we can, I know this isn't that way, but I would like us to shift a little less prescriptive in boards going forward, because I have found, as I've been like digging into old boards, there are some really active volunteers in the town, which is like great for them, but like it would be great to not have the same like 5 people on like 20 boards because we've written the description summarily. So in as much as we have the ability to recruit new faces to some of these boards and committees, that would be great.
all right, so
Jonathan Simpson is
go ahead.
has his hand raised.
go ahead, you can unmute. All right, I guess we can go back to you. So I'm going to amend then my motion. So one, approval, I move that we approve items 1B through 1S excluding 1P and 1R as amended by Michael.
Sorry,
Bernard.
thank you.
Yes.
I apologize,
Jonathan's here.
everyone.
Okay.
Hold on, Jonathan.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We
don't
can't
hear
hear
you.
you through the hour.
Okay,
Well, he's being.
Hold on,
That's on our-
1 second.
All right, try again, Jonathan.
can you hear me now?
No, but you're being picked up by the transcript, so.
Okay,
Your sound is coming through. It's on our.
you'll get a robot lawyer.
Make sure that the Zoom is set to use the owls to sound. So look at the audio settings in Zoom.
Wait, there's an X next to the speaker.
Make sure the speaker
icon.
Cancel that.
Pull that up again.
Yeah. Great, so then do the same thing you just did where you had the unmuted.
Are you looking down in
It's
the
not
letter?
muted.
Yeah,
No, on the pop-up.
And then,
See, there's an X right in that line.
And notice muted.
make sure you choose echo canceling, there you go. Now go back. You just had to change your sound device. Now you have to unmute it, there you go.
How about now? Can you hear me?
There it is.
Okay. This is not, I just wanted to address Anthony's question in an additional way. The design advisory team doesn't really kick into effect until the plans are submitted, and the City Realty won't be submitting any plans until the zoning is approved by the AG. So there's not a need to necessarily staff this team right away.
Got it, thank you.
Just a question I have, so aren't design advisory teams the purview of a planning board as opposed to select board?
Usually, yes, but we, for standard major impact projects. However, for this one, we agreed that the MOA says that the select board will be appointing it.
It specifically says that the select board will advocate.
Advocate.
It does
for
not
excuse me.
say that the select board will will specify, right? We are advocating to the planning board for this
Okay,
as a result of the negotiation with the neighbors and city realty in the town.
all right, so the select board is simply in an advocacy role here,
Yes,
and
yes,
planning
that's-
board will still be running the design advisory team.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so with that, we were mid-vote. Bernard voted yes. Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, with that, we will move to item number 2, temporary extended hours for on-premise alcohol licenses. Discussion and possible vote on conditionally authorizing holders of alcoholic beverage service licenses to remain open until 3 a.m. following World Cup matches. Now, this was brought to my attention by Chris Muddy, who had informed me that El Peñol in particular was interested in staying open late during the World Cup because there are some matches that are beginning at 11 p.m. Eastern, even midnight Eastern, and they want to be able to show games to various patrons. I don't know whether other restaurants have expressed interest. I know Public House has been showing World Cup games, Sunset Cantina, several places. So there might be several local businesses that might want to avail themselves of this opportunity. I certainly am inclined to support this. It's being recommended to us by someone who's obviously very active in our local business community.
And I do just want to flag, so as with everything that, you know, a good lesson on how rushing things sometimes makes them more difficult than they need to be. The state legislature rushed this through, and what the law actually says is places, places with all alcohol licenses can stay open an hour late. So really, so in order for this, as the law is written, it basically means if your current closing hours are 1, it could be 2. If your closing hours are 2, they could be 3. Well, what we can do in practice is because you are the licensing authority, you can craft a motion that basically says, if places wish to stay open, however late they currently are until 3, subject to approval from the police department, then they can do that. So we did some research and figured that out, but it is just, the law as it's drafted is a little awkwardly phrased. So you just have to basically say, for the pendency of the World Cup, if holders of all alcohol licenses wish to stay open until 3 o'clock, they can, subject to the police departments.
I think we did check with the police department and they seem generally supportive of this.
Yes, Chief Pastor is online. We talked, and Lieutenant Brother is the licensing official, and we all had a conversation. Rochelle had a conversation. We all think, we don't have any objection to it in principle. We just want to make sure that if someone applies, for example, if they have past history and so forth, we just want to make sure that they know that they can, just stay open until 3 o'clock. It's not a license to, for example, overcrowd the bar or something. So
Does this include outdoor dining?
no, outdoor dining stops at 11, no matter what.
What time are bars normally allowed to be open?
Good question. So in most areas, so townwide, the rule is generally midnight. You have certain areas that the select board designated entertainment zones. Village Corner, St. Mary's, JFK Crossing, and Village Corner, Brookline Village, Washington Square, and I think so.
Oh, man.
Yeah, sorry, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, come out.
Yeah, so those are the 4 areas where you can stay open as late as 1. But the board did ask that anyone wanting to stay open until 2 need to come directly to the select board rather than the licensing man, so to get approval. So theoretically, some places can stay open until 2. But in practice, what happens, for example, you just approved on the miscellaneous agenda, a new business on Com Ave, they wanted to stay open until 3. Taco Bell next door to them stays open until 3. I think they were an exception that was moved in under prior licensing rules. We had to tell them, the latest you can go is 1, unless you want to come to the board and ask for 2. So.
But we do have a policy that I'm just thinking more broadly.
Yeah.
If we want to support our local businesses, and supporting nightlife. We do have a policy that they can come ask us to stay open till 2 outside of the hotel.
Yes.
Or, are we talking about local World Cup matches or broader?
Any World Cup game people want to watch at a bar.
Usually, yeah, the late night ones tend to be the ones that are on the West Coast, starting at midnight our time.
All right, so I move approval of authorizing holders of alcoholic beverage service licenses to remain open until 3 a.m. on the nights of World Cup matches.
I think Johnson said, wasn't it?
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry, that was my question about was it just going to be a blanket approval until July 31st, or did it need to be the night that a World Cup match was being broadcast? I just.
Right, well, how do you want to handle that? Do you have a recommendation there?
I would recommend that you do it on the night World Cup match should be broadcast. That's fair, people understand that. The only other thing I would just add to your motion is that if we, subject to the police department's approval. And that's very easy, right? You know, someone can call our office, the police department can run the record, make sure there are past infractions, talk to them about the requirements, and then we can just move forward. So it's a very basic process, but it's not gonna cause us to be, we just want to know when these places are asking, so we can keep records of it.
Can we make that sort of like really clear the steps that they have to do?
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, Rochelle and Lieutenant Brother have already talked about this, so.
All right, so subject to police authorization, conditionally allowing holders of alcoholic beverage service licenses to remain open until 3 a.m. on the nights of World Cup matches. Bernard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. All right, with that, we will move to boards and commissions appointments. Question of appointing Inge Formenti to the Brookline Disability Commission.
Can we say how many applicants and how many seats when we're discussing this? Is this just one for one?
Let me
You
pull
don't
up
have that.
the manual. What is the board again?
Disability commission.
I think there are 2 vacancies on disability, and you will have somebody coming forward, I believe, on the 30th for another interview. I just want to verify. There's actually just 1 vacancy currently.
How many total applicants do we have?
2, I believe there's 1 other, let me just verify. She came in after this was on the agenda.
All right, then I recommend we probably hold off on that, so we interview the other candidate.
I can't get onto our share drive to tell you who the other applicant is.
But that's fine, no matter who it is. I think we owe it to that person, give them an opportunity to be heard. Item 3B, go ahead.
This is an open seat. This is not replacing a vacancy.
Correct.
I'm sorry, it's replacing somebody whose term is expired.
Right, there is currently 1 vacancy.
All right, 3B is the question of appointing Sean O'Neill to the Brookline Commission for Women. Similar question. How many available spots? How many applicants?
She is the only applicant that I'm aware of, and there are 3 vacancies.
Okay. All right, I think we can move forward there. Any discussion? All right, so I will move that we appoint Sean O'Neill to the Brookline Commission for Women. Bernard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. Next is question of appointing Handan Baradaran to the Brookline Commission for the Arts. So once again, how many vacancies, how many applicants?
There are 3 vacancies. You have another person, 2 other people being interviewed on your 30th agenda, but there are 3 vacancies currently.
I will note that on her application in the packet at least, the primary phone and the email address are not redacted.
So thank you for that.
Also, is this the applicant who also applied for conservation?
She is.
And then how many applicants do we have for conservation? How many? Because I don't, just speaking for myself, I'm not sure I would want to appoint somebody to 2 commissions. And so if she has a strong preference for one and we prefer her for the other, then maybe we might want to hold off.
So there's two current vacancies on conservation. You do have additional applicants that are going to be on the June 30th agenda.
All right. Do we know what her preference is between Commission for the Arts and Conservation?
Reach out.
All right. My suggestion would be maybe we wait because conservation is more competitive, but I'm not sure which one she prefers. And if we were to appoint her to Commission for the Arts, I'm not sure we would appoint her to a second commission.
Makes sense.
All right, 3D is question of appointing Vasily Demenkov to the Preservation Commission. So once again, how many vacancies, how many applicants?
Two vacancies. He's the only applicant and Preservation Commission does recommend his appointment. He has been attending meetings.
All right. Any further discussion? No? Okay, so I will move that we appoint Vasily Demenkov to the Preservation Commission. Bernard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. All right, so with that, we will move to review of boards and committees handbook. Review of all currently active boards and committees appointed by the select board.
So you can see in your packet, you got a list actually of every public body that you appoint.
You got what you said?
This, yeah, that's the proposed appointments for the liaisons.
So this is just a list of active.
As you can see.
You guys take out the pedestrian advisory.
Yeah, so that should be. you are correct.
Which one?
Pedestrian advisory is actually appointed by the transportation.
I have to update Granicus then because they have it as select board appointed committee.
Fix that, Frank.
Do we need to add a 9/11 committee after our vote at town meeting?
If, you know, we were talking about that in, the town meeting, action, yes.
Okay.
If that's, again, it's a resolution, but if you want to follow along with that resolution, yes.
And then also there would be the committee related to warrant article 22.
Yep.
So later on today, when we discuss the actions of town meeting, if you choose to create those committees, the next step would be to build a charge. And then once the charge is created, then we would talk about appointments.
I actually don't think the current version that passed, 22 required a committee. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
coordinating with NAPC and MMA and the Collins Center.
Got it, thanks.
So,
Of this list. Do you have an idea of how many of them are essentially quiet?
yes, so look at this list. Some of them are, fairly, some of these are statutory, right? You have to have a board of assessors. You have to have, retired board. Some of these are quite active, for example, the Parks and Rec Commission and so forth. And then some of these are more, like the surveillance technology and military equipment. Produced a report in 2021, I don't think it, or 2022. Or I got here.
Yeah. I don't remember.
Yeah, but it hasn't met since.
But then COVID hit, so it must have been 2021.
Okay, so I think, when we think about, and the real property asset board is out there, but we haven't actually staffed it because we want to have that discussion with you. But, the Vision Zero Committee has produced a report, so technically its work is complete, but because there's been discussion about what, the role of Vision Zero is in broader town usage, we want to have that available and potentially revise that. But yeah, when you think about electronic communication review committee, right? That hasn't met. I don't know when that last met. So when you think about committees that haven't met for a year or more, you're looking at the electronic communication review committee, the CIMS oversight committee, the information technology advisory committee, the OPEB committee, the surveillance committee, taxation aid committee,
Register of voters.
registration of voters have met.
What is the climate action committee?
Before ZIAB existed, that was a committee.
Climate action committee as well. Yeah.
I served on that eons ago as a school committee rep. And that's basically got replaced by Zia.
and the sustainability side.
Right.
Okay.
So from all of the ones that you're mentioning, maybe it's worth discussing which members of the select board want to revive any of them, and like whatever there is not interest in reviving, it sort of makes sense to me to close, so we don't have all to do like phantom committees.
So two that come to mind, and this somewhat overlaps with the discussion around liaison assignments. There have been a lot of questions around surveillance recently that have been brought to select board in the context of flock cameras, in the context of SUFA boards, and also sometimes around increased school surveillance. The current group of KA principals seem to want more surveillance, and so this is a foreseeable discussion that I think will need to be revived. And I'm suggesting that Anthony end up being the chair of the surveillance committee. Bernard used to serve in that capacity, and he's willing to hand that off to Anthony. So I'd like to see that revived. I think it's an important topic that's coming up in a lot of different contexts I just mentioned. Another one would be Vision Zero.
Can I say something about that? That's also something that maybe we should, or a committee, that we should incorporate the Information Technology Advisory Committee and SIMS committee and merge that. Yeah,
That makes sense.
that's sort of the same.
There's a lot of people that are interested
Yeah.
in sort of, as we saw at town meeting, the AI question, how it's used, and
Yeah.
so. In terms of like setting policy, that like.
And also there's-
That's worth folding in there as well.
I actually think those two might actually be a benefit from being separated out.
Oh, really?
If you, because that is a separate question, right? AI, and it's a broader question than just surveillance. It's a question of what are our policy? We have now a policy on AI, we have a policy on, usage, we have all of that, but I think to the extent the community wants to be engaged in that conversation about how is our data being used and so forth, I think that actually probably belongs in its own space, unless you disagree.
I'm not sure I agree, because a lot of the question and power from surveillance basically comes from its interpretation through AI.
Mhm.
And so if you're gonna end up with a jurisdictional problem of like, is the AI associated with surveillance different than the AI associated with other things? I guess the question is, in my mind, is does the Information Technology Advisory Committee have a full enough plate that they need potentially a subcommittee to deal with this or something?
Yeah, I mean, they haven't met more than, that's a Mormon committee, it hasn't met.
Yeah.
Right, and since they're both dormant, and I think the AI question is the entire pipeline of data collection to data usage. So I think, and surveillance is involved in that. So I think it would benefit from being one, to be honest.
Okay.
I agree, and to the extent that there may be areas where you don't have overlap, there could maybe be a subcommittee, maybe there could be
Yeah.
a separate report if need be, but they do seem to overlap quite significantly.
Yeah. And I need to run out really quick for a work meeting, but I want to just call out the OPEB, and I think that should probably be revived, given the pension payoff timeline in 2030, right?
Well, I think that's definitely a discussion for town school partnership, because I think the schools have to be a part of that as well.
Got it.
I think it's I do think it's important to have that conversation, but I wonder if you need a separate committee for it, as opposed to having the decision makers really be having a discussion, because.
Okay.
I mean, you're raising sort of an interesting issue, right, of like making town school partnership, and some things from the SRC came up there as well, just like a much more robust committee that is like dealing with like not just saying, okay, schools get this, town
Yeah.
gets this, but like actually dealing with these issues that are
Right.
joining.
Yeah.
I would really like to see that.
I would too. I think, town school partnership, because of the NRSC's work and because of the capacity, I think has really fallen off from where it could or should be. And because, frankly, the schools have lacked capacity now until now with, Bella finally having the full slate of, support around her. The TSP used to be much more active. It used to be, was the kind of driving force behind the town school split and the revenue projections and the policies around pension and so forth. And so having it come back to that sort of stronger position, I think is really important. On making sure that the town and schools are talking to one another and know what they're doing in terms of.
Just quickly as Anthony's leaving the room. So Anthony also is a part of taking on surveillance and folding in information technology and AI. If maybe you want to work on creating a new charge for it.
Yeah.
because This is going to be expanded. And that'll sort of be one of your major projects. for you.
Sure. Do we have an example of the previous charge?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
One thing that I would also add, I am assuming this might fall to the Information Technology Advisory Committee, but I know that Christina Metcalf has talked about a website refresh, which I presume would also would it fall into that committee's review or somewhere else?
So last time we did a refresh, I think IT ended up having some like user group meetings with like town meeting members and things like that to get
Right.
feedback on the
Right.
changes. I
Right,
would envision kind of a similar process to that.
I just know we didn't have a communications officer at that point, right?
She was around
Was
when
she
the
around?
last refresh that we did, yes.
Okay.
In terms of this OPEB's discussion and some of these other items, I think what we might want to do is sort of have an indentation and have some of these older groups underneath some others where they're folding in and merging.
Mhm.
So that we have an understanding of where we're going to be developing new charges.
Yeah.
With regard to the Vision Zero, I realize we're bouncing around a lot.
Right.
Somebody's keeping track of all. But with regard to the Vision Zero committee, so the Transportation Board held a workshop last Friday that talked about a lot of sort of how they're going to merge Vision Zero, Complete Streets, the RAMP, all of those things. I am a little worried that if we have a separate standalone Vision Zero committee, that it will sort of become another sort of stream of decision-making independent, separated from the Transportation Board. And it's really the Transportation Board that at this point, I think has adopted the Vision Zero committee and is charged with integrating that into the other with the other issues that they face in terms of managing our roadways and the roadmap, frankly, the roadmap 2030 goals that we also have. Right, so I would actually recommend that we not have a standalone committee there and specifically make sure that the Transportation Board is incorporating that work into their overall roadway, because I think that'll.
I might actually agree with that, especially since the Vision Zero committee was essentially like the folks that are involved in the Transportation Board or any of the subcommittees
Right.
that are already like part of this discussion. The one caveat is, and I know we put this into our 2030 roadmap and by asking of like reporting back on milestones, but I would like to see some sort of annual reporting to the select board of like what we used to get the bike advisory committee was a monthly crash report. And what happened, and I don't think, but I would like to see at least like a yearly update of like, this is what our streets are producing in terms of crashes around town and where they're happening. I don't think that we necessarily need the Vision Zero committee. Unless we need an impetus to get that information to the select board.
I was looking at revival of the Vision Zero committee more in the context of the recent budget amendment for where there's going to be communication with DPW around roadway repairs and making sure that Vision Zero is part of the implementation in what we're doing with our roadways. Now, that could be structured differently. I just want to make sure that somebody is picking that up.
Right, and I think based on at least from what I saw last Friday, it's really that's really the Transportation Board, because they're the ones who are doing this sort of integration of that concern with the other concerns.
Michael, since I didn't make that meeting and I had wanted to, are they interpreting when we get to the outcomes from town meeting, right? Discussion later on, are they actually having the charge to staff that says for every street that's coming up in the next year, staff is going to present Vision Zero proposals? do we need to have an extra impetus from the select board saying this was passed by town meeting and therefore we expect this to happen, or is that message already made?
So let me put my conditions of appropriation, speech to effect. Essentially, I always say that it's really the agreement between the department that's in charge of, executing the special appropriation and whoever's mandating the specific conditions. So, I feel like that's under the purview of Commissioner Shute. And that she's made an agreement that this condition is something that she can work through with the various parties and things like that. So that I kind of see as under her domain at this point.
But she has made that clear that this is something that she can do. She doesn't need extra guidance from anyone. Like,
Right. What I took out of that meeting is that there is developing an alignment between DPW, specifically its transportation division, and the transportation board on establishing a prioritization for roadways. Roadway safety improvements broadly and coordinating those in the way that town meeting has asked with the RAMPP. So that, and the 5-year RAMPP construction plan will then be shared and everybody will know it, and it will be coordinated with all of the safety improvements. And that's how those things are going to be.
and I guess the only other question I have from that standpoint is, what will come before the select board is budget, right?
It's contract approval.
Well, yes, yeah, but also, yeah, I see, they'll also do that, but in terms of making sure that. I know this was a fight at town meeting, which, and was not the appropriate channel to do, but to increase the pedestrian budget to start to like address a lot of our pedestrian walkways. And I want to make sure that there is some sort of information flow from either staff or the T board to the select board and or AC that says, okay, we are not going to be able to meet our Vision Zero goals if we
Right.
don't increase funding for this, so that we know that and can take that into account in decision making.
Right, so my understanding of the way that the funding for this prioritization plan is going to ultimately occur is that they need to develop the prioritization plan first and then advocate either as part of the CIP or as part of operating funds for the various components. And David Trivette, for example, brought up the question of like, can we advocate for more money specifically for safer pedestrian corners and crosswalks, et cetera. And there have also been advocacy for improved bicycle infrastructure. And all of those things, as they get coordinated into the prioritization plan, will be reflected in the funding requests for those priorities as they come through.
So this is very much a similar process that Park and Rec Commission does for the prioritization of park improvements. So instead of parks, it's now roadways. So it's kind of the same process that Erin is kind of envisioning setting up.
Yeah.
And there will be, that my biggest concern is that we're going to set these expectations at the level of this select board for road repaving and Vision Zero, and then not actually give the resources in order to do that.
Well, that's why I think the prioritization plan for roadways has to come to the select board early in the budget process so that we can
That's
validate it.
what
and
we're
make sure-
moving towards.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, then I can agree with Michael on not necessarily having a need for a Vision Zero committee. I do still raise I would love to figure out a way to get annual reporting on crashes, and I don't know who that should come from. I know. Sergeant Hatchet now, I forget what deputy. Used to staff the bike advisory committee and now someone else does, but like someone in the police department is tracking this and they have the ability to map out where these happen. And it would be great to sort of get an annual update on that. I don't know how to make that happen. Sorry for looking.
No, that's fine. I think, we can definitely communicate that to both police and DPW, that that's something that the board's interested in.
Yeah.
All right, so it sounds like there's a general consensus perhaps to not proceed with the Vision Zero committee, assuming that this work can get done within the transportation board.
That's it.
Getting back for a moment to the OPEB discussion and where we're going to combine some of these committees. So OPEBs, ERSC, that can fold into town school partnership.
Yeah.
Is there anything else that we feel should fold into town school partnership?
It's not the structure. We go taxation aid is not yet. One in a year.
What was that, sorry?
So that was just to establish the policy for, there is a voluntary contribution that taxpayers can make. And I don't think that that's being, being done, so I think the policy around the distribution of additional taxpayer money. For those purposes, I think that's what the committee was initially established to do, is create the policy, but I think they're dormant because their work is complete.
Yeah, so to the extent that anything is left in that jurisdiction, obviously that falls into TSP.
Okay.
So I think all three of those you can declare closed.
So I have a question.
Sure.
Why do we have a separate tree planting and tree protection committee? Could those be combined?
They're in the bylaws, so that is why there's two different.
Is there, in the effort to streamline, is it possible to consider a bylaw amendment to combine them?
Yes, certainly. We could do that. If that's what the board wants to propose for fall, we could have that.
Now, do you see the purviews as sufficiently overlapping, or are these truly distinct groups?
They are distinct functions, but I think that they overlap, the missions are distinct, but I think that there are a lot of same players, same concepts. Same overall goal, which is to maintain our tree community. So yes, I think that can happen. I will say that the tree protection committee does serve, a statutory function in the bylaws that's important.
That's the tree planting committee.
Is it the tree?
Yes,
See,
yeah.
there you go.
They've been around for a very long time.
Yeah,
They
right.
essentially help choose the species of trees that the town.
Oh, I was, isn't there also a statutory requirement, for example, to hold hearings
Yeah.
when we lose public trees? And
Yes.
that's in the
That's the tree
tree
planting
That's the
committee.
tree planting.
planting committee.
Yes.
So I think,
For the
yes,
MBTA sea line accessibility project? Wasn't it the tree,
It has to be protection.
I thought it was the tree protection
It
committee.
might- protection.
I really thought it was two.
Okay, so I
Oh,
think what's abundantly clear is that there's a lot of overlap, and if it's not too difficult, I think it would streamline it to have basically one tree committee.
And we should just make sure that the members of those two committees are aware of what we're doing.
Oh, yes. and I think-
Right.
Okay.
Well, and we should make sure that the size of that committee is sufficient. We should consider what the appropriate size of that committee is relative to the members of those two committees.
So I just want to read for the description of the tree planting committee, which has been established in 1886. So it is the longest standing tree planting committee in the nation. So I don't think we want to get rid of that. But they advise the tree warden on the species and placement of street trees and to hold public hearings for street tree removal requests. So that is the description there. The tree protection committee was created in 2016. And they this was a referral motion, refer the subject matter of Article 11 to the select board for the appointment of a committee with members to be chosen from the public and appropriate town committees having the necessary skills and expertise to evaluate the best way to provide tree protection in the town, including whether this should be a zoning or general bylaw amendment. So it sounds like there was a specific charge for this committee. Whether or not they're still active, I don't know, but they may have already served their purpose by providing recommendation for the tree protection bylaw.
Who's the chair of the tree protection committee?
It's, let's see, it says Elizabeth Erdman.
I am certain that she chaired the tree protection for the sea accessibility project.
It doesn't say that she's the chair, but she's the first person listed here.
And Hugh Madison.
That's tree protection.
In terms of membership size, so tree protection has 3 members. And, no, excuse me, tree
Tree planting.
protection has 6 and tree planting has 3. Is there overlap in the membership? Somebody who's on both?
Probably, yeah, Elizabeth Erdman's on both. Looks like there are 4 members on tree planting.
One is the tree warden.
Okay, yeah,
So there's a possibility that the tree protection committee is quiescent, and so therefore, like, we just have the tree.
Yeah,
planting committee.
I
We might not
don't think it is, but that, I still think we can combine them.
The last official record we have of that meeting is in 2024.
Of the tree protection committee?
Yes.
All right, any other committees that we feel we could remove or combine?
What of the human resources board?
The lane my eyes back. So, yes, I put it this way. A lot of communities have moved away from the Human Resources Board. The Human Resources Board was created in the 40s, back when the town was run primarily by volunteers. And they handled a lot of the HR function of the town. And over time, as the town became more professionalized, fewer and fewer functions remain with Human Resources. But it is still creatured by laws. And it does serve 2 important functions. One, it reviews new job descriptions or job reclassifications and determines whether or not they're appropriate for forwarding them on to, for they are allowed to be posted. And the other thing it does is it serves as an intermediate hearing step when there are grievances filed by a union. And that's built into all of the union contracts, that step 2 of the grievance process is the Human Resources Board. Now, one of the reasons why one of the reasons why I hoped that we might be able to talk about removing the HR board was because we were having trouble filling members. They have to be residents of Brookline and have to have HR experience, but they can't be conflicted out. So oftentimes we would say, oh, hey, you're a labor lawyer. And they'd say, yeah, well, I may be representing someone who has an interest, and therefore I can't take this job. So it was very hard to find recruits. We were down, we were at bare minimum for quorum, and we were worried we were going to lose it. Thankfully, someone did step up, so it's no longer as an urgent issue, but it is still something I would like us to look at. But what I learned in so doing is that really the way that that's going to have to happen is it's going to have to come through union negotiations first. We're going to go through collective bargaining. We're in collective bargaining now with AFSCME, that's progressing. We will be back in collective bargaining, police, fire, several other unions for in the next calendar year, because these agreements expire at the end of FY27. So once it is bargained, once we bargain that change, it would become effective on the passage of a bylaw revising it. And so I think that's the order of operations we would need to go through.
But it's already on your radar in terms of collective bargaining with all these different groups.
Yes, and again, there's nothing against people on the Human Resources Board. They've done incredible work. But it's a remnant of a different form of government operation. And I understand some people say, well, that's great. We should be returning to that. We should have more volunteers running functions of government, but I don't think HR is a volunteer function. I think that's a weak link in our processes. And again, it's not because of the people doing it, are doing a great job. What I worry about is what happens when those people retire.
But so that's something we will visit again in the future.
Yes.
Well, so this is roadmap item 2, action 2D1 for year 1 of the road. Is to consolidate and eliminate public bodies.
Yeah.
And so we may not be able to get it done in year 1 because of the order of operations that you described, and we should probably adjust the roadmap accordingly.
Well, I think you're getting a lot of the other ones.
Yeah.
Certainly I do, it's my hope, that we're able to come up with a better grievance process that the unions find acceptable. And if that happens in year 1 of the roadmap, we will be back at the bargaining table, because the contract expires in July 1st of next year. So, it's not impossible. But, you know, in terms of, yeah, right, you may have a tail in terms of the HR. board. That's.
So we're saying that the newly formed surveillance and AI committee or whatever we're calling it, is gonna take IT advisory, the SIMS and surveillance. Does that also include the electronic communication review?
So that committee was prior to COVID, prior to when we had a distribution of electronic packet, when everything was still done in paper.
So
So
that one we can sunset?
yes.
Okay.
The last meeting was literally the day before the shutdown.
Sorry, I'm like trying to go through all of them right now to know which we can sunset.
Electronic communication.
I think that's the first alphabetically that is not gonna be consumed by a different
Right.
committee.
And I'm presuming that the overarching committee of what you described, Amanda, would be the Information Technology Advisory Committee that would have all of these various work streams.
Okay, so then going down alphabetically, expenditures and revenues goes to the newly formed town school along with OPEBs. PEDAC gets taken off. What did we say with registrars of voters?
That's required in their town clerk, he essentially manages, staffs the committee, but it's required by law as well, so the board just has appointed authority.
The registrar certify every election, you know, for example, if there's a write-in vote or if there are contested ballots, the registrars, they will be sitting in Ben's office looking at.
And the retirement board is
It's also required.
Also statutory requirement.
okay, solid waste is active.
Yeah.
Taxation, it is moribund.
Yeah. Close that.
And tree protection is either being sunsetted or absorbed by tree planting to be determined. And so that leaves the real property asset work is, oh wait, is there anything at the bottom here? Oh, and climate. I don't think I said that to begin with.
Right.
It wasn't
Climate
on.
action.
Climate action is being sunsetted. And so then that leaves the discussion of real assets, which would be good for someone to explain.
Sure, so in last. Last year, we had a conversation, in the winter. This came up around the discussion of Two Clark Road. Two Clark Road came to the market, part of my Maimonides. And there was a push, a really sudden push among some members of the community, well, we should buy that, and do something. And the, because the select board is the body that determines, you know, whether to buy property and how to do that. Even though town meeting has to agree funds, funding mechanisms and so forth, and so the executive negotiates those potential deals. We kind of, we felt like there wasn't a good process in place for determining when and whether the select board would make decisions like that, right? It all seemed very ad hoc. You know, something comes on the market, oh, you know, should we jump on that? You know, why not? You know, and then it consumes a lot of energy. You know, the select board had a number of meetings in executive session where it discussed whether or not it wanted to buy that property. And what struck us at the time was maybe we should have a committee of some kind, a standing committee that deals with real property more generally, real property, legal term, basically meaning, you know, land, stuff that you can't move, as opposed to personal property like your phone.
But also the things like right to purchase.
Yeah, easements and, yeah.
Easements and things like that,
Yeah,
which are very important.
yes, all of those things related to land use or land acquisition. And so, we built a charge, and for a standing committee that would be responsible for setting those policies and then, making recommendations to the select board when opportunities arose to either buy or sell property. And we had a good discussion, and I think at the time, the board's feeling was. We don't want to create, and David Bernard, you were part of this conversation, so correct me if I'm misrepresenting the sense of the board, but at the time, the sense of the board was. We don't want to create a standing committee that has this responsibility, because it could be perceived as sort of an outside. Power base, right? It's something beyond, outside of the select board that people could lobby, people could, try and influence in some way. And their recommendations would carry a lot of weight. We don't want to necessarily create that opportunity. We would rather continue investing the authority, even though the select board would still be the final authority in this. We wouldn't want to create a circumstance where another board was out there that people might be able to go and lobby for a specific outcome. What the board instead said was, when we reach a lull in the conversation about all this other stuff, we should look at creating a time-limited committee with the specific purpose of developing policy about real property for the select board to use. So rather than having a standing committee that would, review, that would develop these policies and then make recommendations about specific property, they would just have a charge of developing policy for the board to review and, recommend on. That would then be used, that the select board would then use to determine whether or not, if opportunities came up to buy or sell property, what to do. So.
Didn't we also talk about a search staff working group? Because among the other issues are what property do we own?
Yes.
And monitoring that and being aware of that, as well as aware of other properties that could be on the market, coming on. the market.
Yes, and so we've done that. We did that process is now finished internally. We now have a long list of everything we own, which we can give to you all. It's a, Excel spreadsheet, basically every real asset that the town owns. We also have, report the easements that we own, rights of access and so forth, which is a longer, process, longer document. And so we know what we have. And then the question is more, is the board still interested in creating either a purpose-built committee that develops policy and then dissolves, or a standing committee that develops policy and then is charged, like the building, the model that we took is the building commission, right? The building commission, when projects come up, is responsible for a lot of that, managed, and it is viewed, I think Brookline does a really good job with its building commission about having it be viewed as a, straight shooting, it's not very, it's not subject to, political pressure. It's very much focused on what the bottom line is. We wanted to have that discussion with you now, since we've done the internal work, and this seems like a good opportunity to bring this back, as you were all now discussing opportunities for growth and development, whether you want this board or some version of it to come back, and if so, what form.
So at a minimum, I think that the work that you're outlining is absolutely critical, both toward our long-term planning, but also immediate, because at the outset of your explanation, you mentioned 2 Clark Road as sort of the impetus for considering creation of this board. And there is a lot of concern that sometimes we are caught flat-footed when these opportunities arise. And oftentimes, if we're only trying to make a decision at the 11th hour, it's already too late. And so having this work on an ongoing basis, so that we're actually identifying opportunities before they're widely known and before there's a lot of competition and before it's maybe too late, because we have certain statutory requirements we need to adhere to. And ultimately, depending on the scope of the project, town meeting would have to get involved. It's not so simple for us to come in at the last minute if we really want something. And that's why I think we need to be very deliberate and preemptive where possible. So I do think it needs to be standing, but whether it's a committee or it's a work group, I'm not necessarily wedded to the details of how it happens, but I want to make sure it does happen.
Well, and how do you set it up so that things come before the select board? I'm assuming we can put them before executive session because you don't wanna like tip your hand that we're interested in a property.
Right.
Without naming what property we're discussing in executive session.
I'll ask, you have to, my understanding, and Jonathan can correct me, is that when you. The open meeting law requires, that you can discuss it in executive session, you can discuss the acquisition or disposition of property, but if you are looking at a specific property, then you do need to list in the agenda what it is that you're looking at.
What if we're looking at one or more properties in a certain area?
I think you can.
Yeah, we'd always rely on Jonathan for our, whether or not we could list it or not.
Well,
One potential way to finesse it somewhat is if there's a particular purpose that we're seeking to fill in acquiring new land, sort of articulating it that way.
Yes.
Because then it seems like it's more of a broader discussion about what would fit the need rather than a specific property. Although I would think obviously in the course of that discussion, specific properties might be brought up. But if it's not known ahead of time what it is specifically we would be discussing in terms of a particular site, then that might be a path forward there.
Or if you have a set sort of like quarterly check-in where whatever might be of interest. Someone comes and sort of presents before the select board. I'm just trying to think of, well, one, like the way forward to, yeah, if it's a working group or individuals or I don't know if sort of the economic development planners have the most insight, it might be more useful than volunteers in the town to serve this
Right.
purpose.
So they do often know what's going on, of course, but at the same time, there's staff that follow our direction. And so if we don't have some kind of regular check-in at least about what our priorities are, staff might not necessarily know what information to channel to us. So that's why I think at a minimum, we want some kind of work group model.
Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think about this in the context of all of our other plans. Whether it's the comprehensive plan, the open space plan. The housing production plan. And just want to make sure that when we craft the charge of this committee, and maybe it needs to be staffed with people who are responsible for those plans so that they can advocate for them appropriately. But it would be important that this group sort of not sort of develop a real asset management policy that is in conflict with all of those other existing plans.
Right, I worry about that too. I'm actually less concerned about the policy part and more the practical. So if there's an opportunity that presents itself, we want to be prepared to act. And it's important that we are deliberate in that process and not just being reactive when again, the cost is higher, there's more competition and the statutory logistics complicated. And to your point, we want to make sure that those who are actively involved in specific development projects and also are working with open space, for example, that those voices are being heard, so we know what it is we're aiming for.
Right, I mean, just as another sort of use case, besides the Maimonides School, there was discussion at the Economic Development Advisory Board last night regarding the Center Street lots. It was a fair bit of discussion, which is of course currently a town-owned property, and there was discussion about, what should it be used for? Do we implement a ground lease? And it seems like that this is also an intersection point.
Right.
In terms of economic development and what this board would do, but my hope in creating the policies would be that the policies would help us act on the individual instances with more alacrity, so that we weren't caught flat-footed. So I would hope that we, if we are going to set something up to analyze specific cases, that we have a set of policies established to do that.
Right. And the policy might be as simple as, we think that a parcel of X size might become available, bring it to the attention of select board. That could be a component of it, so that we're aware of what the practical opportunities are in a given moment.
Right, or assign the planning department to bring those to the select board on whatever the appropriate basis is.
Because this does come up a lot. So you just raised Center Street. A couple years back, Pine Manor came up, and realistically, it was too late for us to do anything. Hellenic has come up multiple times. Chestnut Hill Benevolent Association has come up, and so we do need to really, I agree with you, we need to be very active in this area.
And I think too, this conversation is helpful just in terms of a broader communication policy here too. If it's the sense of the board that if when large parcels come available, the board wants, the town should be informed at the earliest opportunity so that we can be part of the process, then I think we can have ways of communicating that out to the current parcel holders.
And it could also be based on the certain needs that we're looking to fill. So for example, with open space, if there are 2 or 3 houses that are next to each other that go on sale at the same time, and it's in a part of town that doesn't have a park, that's worth knowing, because that could possibly be an opportunity. And even if it's not for open space, but for something else. So
Right.
just knowing, even when it's relatively small dollars, not that houses here are cheap, but macro level from a town perspective, if it's relatively small dollars and you see that there are adjacent parcels that could form a larger property for some kind of use, I would want to know about that.
Great.
Yeah, I mean, any property owner would presumably want to let the town know, if for no other reason than it creates one more
Yeah.
bidder for the properties.
Yeah, and I will just give my soccer parent hat for a second, and that like the last open space plan also referenced the last recreation master plan. Use the acronyms of just how short we are in terms of athletic field space for the town.
Right.
And being aware of that, again, there's multiple uses that needs, right, like, but depending on where in town it is, a couple of houses worth can do a lot of good there.
Right. Another example would be if a house goes for sale next to a school. Because our schools, long-term, realistically, are going to need to expand as population grows. So being thoughtful about that type of planning when the opportunity presents itself, at least being made aware of it. Maybe we decide we're not going to proceed, but we should at least know.
This might get too granular, but is it possible, you just mentioned like some good parameters on like, oh, when this thing comes up near a school, this should be done for that, or this, and I would like the idea of the committee or hearing or working group, whatever you said, would develop those parameters beforehand. I think that's a pretty good idea to be on the like, and then we could approve those parameters.
Yes.
Yeah.
So what I'm hearing from you is you would like this committee to exist, you would like it to develop a proposed policy for when assets come on the market, or when it is. I think the other aspect of this is when is it appropriate for the town to dispose of assets that are in its control?
Yes, bi-directional. So also when we have property that we own and we feel that maybe we would be better off selling it, to also have parameters around when or why.
Yes.
And I think to limit you mentioned the lobbying aspect, that could be difficult because this committee's recommendations could carry heavy weight. I think it would be worth it to not have the committee give recommendations just to give analysis and then we give the recommendation based off their analysis. Like this committee doesn't give a recommendation, just gives us the facts and then we make a recommendation.
Or gives us the policy, which may
Sure.
direct the recommendation
Sure.
process.
That's good.
Whether it's through the planning department or somewhere else.
I also think that if we are going to do any staff this with any sort of volunteers, getting people who understand real estate would be really important. I know a few people in town that have a wealth of knowledge. I'm sure there are others, but that understand it way better than like those of us in this room. And
We had a charge ready to go that was pretty good.
It even had a roster of names and everything.
We had some heavy hitters on. So I think but I would want it contact those people, but also I'll run that by you all again, and if you have additional names, or if you think there should be a revised composition, by all means.
Beyond parameters of when something would be brought to our attention, what are some other elements, policy elements that you would like to see?
I would like to
as
see,
further review?
I would like to see, I would like to see ROI analysis on any project that's going through. I think that's important to always focus in on that. I know open space, you're not gonna have an ROI analysis. You'll have like a social benefit, but, I think if they're gonna make an economic case, I wanna see the cost to return. I feel like we don't always get that on some of these projects.
I mean, the other thing in terms of the policy creation is to be explicit about the set of plans that are points of consideration in the analysis.
I mean, I still wish I understood this topic better, and we'll get to it when we're talking planning, but public-private partnerships are something that, like, I don't think we've done as much work as we could have as a town. And it would be great if there was a policy on this property would be good for that because of why. Like, my
Yeah.
understanding, especially when addressing sort of the workforce housing issue, in that you're not going to easily get state or federal funds for that tier of housing. And so you need to offset it with private funds. And so that kind of project might make a lot of sense for public-private partnerships. But a policy sort of around that, I think would be quite.
Yeah, I will say that, and on that front, as we transition to that conversation about planning, like, that is possible, right? The town can, within the scope of the procurement law, issue an RFP, basically saying, town wants to go into business with a private developer to develop workforce housing, and here is what the town is willing to do to make that happen. Here are the subsidies that the town will be willing to provide. You've got to, in thinking of it, you have to, craft it carefully, so you're talking about, this is a net public good, the community needs this workforce housing, it needs to have people work in the town, live in the town, and work in the town and all that, but there is a way to develop that, and other communities have done that, other communities have partnered with private developers to build projects like that.
And I think we can do that not just with respect to housing, but also recreation. So something I've been having some discussions with planning about is that when we're pursuing MOAs for mid-level to large-scale development projects, perhaps considering that the developer will put in indoor tennis courts on the roof of the apartment building, or whatever it might be, whatever recreational need we're looking to fill that might fit at that site. I think there are potential opportunities there that we should look at.
Yeah, I'm thinking of Hancock Village and the Horse Lake Preserve is an example of that as well, and the tennis courts in Baker.
Right.
This might be a little shooting for the moon, but as per these private-public partnerships and stuff like that, I would love to increase the municipal solar capacity wherever it's possible.
Mhm.
So, if we can say like, oh, private building, you're gonna build here with this land, we will put solar panels on your roof and then we own the energy. And that's per the agreement. I think that that's something that we should pursue in like every possible avenue.
I think there you have a solar working group.
Yeah.
It's working on those questions now.
Okay, cool.
So
Yeah,
that-
they
that is-
run
It's a
sustainability.
good- it's a good flag. Yes, that's definitely on our radar. So,
One question I have there, and it's not to oppose this.
yeah,
Occasionally, the fire department has expressed concerns about solar roofs. So how does that work in terms of, are there new solar designs that are less concerning from a fire safety perspective?
I can talk a little bit with the chief about that. I don't have familiarity off the top of my head with how those designs have improved. I mean, in general, right, electrification has resulted in increased fire risk. Electric cars, when they catch fire, they don't go out. And it's a serious concern. It's one of the things that has driven up the cost of still within budget, don't worry, but the cost of the Pierce project has been, we're gonna have to re-sprinkler that garage for electric vehicles, which is, very expensive. So all of this electrification work does increase risk and therefore increases cost for mitigation, but that is something that we're trying to take into account when we think of these projects. The specifics on solar panels and fire risk, I'm not aware of, so I'll ask the chief to break it all kind of things.
Okay.
Well, if we're encouraging private developers to put solar panels up on the roof, there's also a cost to that.
Yeah.
So I mean, you have to figure out how to recover that cost.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Pay
too,
that cost.
right, you think too about the math.
So it's not free.
No, no, no.
Not free before.
Yeah, that's the
Well-
question, right? You just always have to do that analysis.
Right, and it's not just solar panels either. I mean, the CARP, the Climate Action and Resilience Plan, which maybe is one of the things that should be listed on that list of plans,
Yeah,
has a whole bunch of strategies, starting with fossil fuel free, that we can build into the negotiation process of any arrangement that we care going forward.
Mhm.
Um,
I will say that the reason that I bring up the solar thing isn't just from like a climate perspective of fighting climate change. It's also from a money saving perspective, and that's like the main, that's the main.
But remember, it's another regulation
Yes.
they're imposing on development that could slow down.
Yeah.
Our goals.
That makes sense too.
Right.
That
and-
makes sense too.
And drive up cost.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, I'm going to attempt to focus us a little bit, because I do think these are interesting questions, but in terms of the charge of a new committee, is there anything else that we want incorporated in it, or are we all in agreement that this is something that should be formed?
Oh, are we just talking at this point about the policy side as opposed to the recommendation side?
I would be fine with that, because that, I think, would mollify the concerns from a year ago about whether who's really making the decisions, who's really making the recommendations.
Mhm.
So if it's solely about crafting policies, including around the parameters of when something is brought to our attention, and also, well, I guess that would be the safest way to limit it. If we go beyond that, it's really a recommendation.
Yeah, I think that's enough.
okay. I have bullets here. We will take this back, and it will come back before you, probably later this summer.
Great.
Once that happens, if the charge looks good and the membership looks good, we can, get that moving.
Cool.
Great.
And make sure that we also include in there, private refusals and using, for example, a CDBG money to extent we have it anymore.
Right.
As leverage to get that type of, agreement.
All right, so any discussion of recruitment and outreach efforts for boards and committees?
And the one thing I'll flag is that I raised earlier, in that I would like us as much as possible to go outside the Brookline 100 for staffing boards and committees.
That, we've been saying that for years.
Do, I think one thing that is worthwhile is actively promoting which terms not only we have, which committees not only have vacancies, but have terms expiring. I know we have a bunch of them expiring at the end of August or beginning of September. And I don't think we should always default to reappointing folks to committees, even if they've done a great job. So thinking about how we can get the word out to different circles. And I don't know, as much as your communications go out, if the ICR ever puts out things saying like, we actually really want new voices coming on the committees. Just to try to like gin up some general interest in folks that are not used to it.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, my first year in select board, I said the same thing. The response that I received, and I won't name names, was, do we really want to spend that much time interviewing all the time for every position that expires? That it would be an enormous amount of time. But I still agree with you, at least to an extent. So we want to be bringing in more voices, including many more people. And I'm not sure why we have this tendency to automatically reappoint people. And I don't say that because I don't value who we currently have, but precisely for that reason about having other voices, and especially where somebody is on 5 committees or boards. Could they maybe give up one and let somebody else in the club? I think possibly. So I agree with you. I don't think we should necessarily always rubber stamp.
I think if you're, what would be your parameters for that? Is it, would you like us to effectively trial period where we don't automatically reappoint people who are interested in being reappointed? Would you like us to focus on people who are on more than one board or committee? Would you like us to?
I mean, ideally, if we're hiring, like, if we are appointing to preservation, right? And we know that 5 people have applied, I would like to interview those 5 on the same day. And in the discussion of that is, well, 2 of these also serve on 3 other committees. Right, then that gives us a little bit of oversight into who we might want to appoint for preservation.
And in terms of interviewing on the same day, one challenge that's been coming up, and it came up even today, is it seems that application process on a rolling basis.
Yes.
And so we've interviewed a few people and then somebody else crops up, and I think we might want to set deadlines around this. Start applying on this date, application needs to be in by Y date. And you're going to interview, maybe give a little flexibility over 2 dates. But let's try to keep this process a little more organized.
Is there any appetite? Listen, I come from a generation of the workforce where normally my first screening interviews are me recording myself, talk about myself, before I even get an interview. Is there any possibility that we could use that to streamline this, where we don't have to have an interview right away for all these candidates? They can get screened.
Then you're sort of limiting your
Yeah.
audience to people who are in your generation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get it.
To go back to your question, Chaz, I don't want to necessarily be actively trying to remove people, but I think announcing to the broader public opportunities to apply for positions, whether it's a vacant position or because a term's expiring, even if we don't select that person, at least they'll be on the radar, and there are opportunities to make them associate members, and they can spend a year sort of getting more familiar, because sometimes in these interviews, we learn that the person has maybe watched once, maybe not at all. And so is that person, that new applicant, do they really know what they're getting themselves into? And so maybe a way to get some of those new voices on is they're an associate member for a year, and then maybe somebody decides that this new member is ready to go and they step off. But there could be a way to handle it that way. We even do that with select board members, as you know, that sometimes a former select board member stays in charge of a committee, and then there's a current select board member who will be a liaison. And I think that's fine because they've developed a certain level of expertise and relationships, and we should value that. So I don't look at this as a way to get rid of people, but to bring more people on.
Yeah, I think so. The other aspect of that, though, that was raised last time we had this conversation was, you gotta set expectations accordingly, right? If we post these as available and list them like every other listing, yes, like open listings, but you know that there's someone who is currently serving, who wants to keep serving. And the chances of that person, of a new person being appointed are low. Are they gonna be disappointed by the process and showing up and then saying, well, why did I go through this if, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna get, it's just gonna be the same person who gets.
We could maybe consider offering associate membership and just be upfront about it.
Yeah, and I don't. I've talked to even like a few committee chairs who are long serving, and they've said that they don't assume that they're gonna be reappointed. Like, I was talking to someone last night who was like, hey, I resubmitted because I'm coming up and I put in my application. So I don't think that there's always the assumption. Some people will assume that, but I do think it is important to highlight both for currently serving as well as new voices that like we will consider that, and it's not automatically, right? Like you might get someone to the T board who's been working for the MBTA for 30 years or whatever it is, right? Like, and they might be new to this, and that like, it might mean that we want to add them as opposed to one of the current members. And so I don't want to rule out new people just because they're new people.
Do reappointments all come to the select board, or are there any that are processed administratively?
No, if you appoint a body, if you appoint to the body, then you reappoint when your term expires.
Yeah.
Board has varied on whether or not people that are seeking reappointment are also interviewed, so that varies.
That's a separate question.
Yeah.
But ultimately, the decision does come to them.
So what I hear you saying potentially is we should be posting all vacancies Even if even if the individual who's currently serving has expressed an intent to reapply, and see what we get.
I think though that I would maybe include a note about traditionally incumbency has been heavily favored, because your point about the or maybe make it associate member opportunity and express that if you are not named a member, you may be named an associate member, because I don't want to be setting false expectations either.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I don't want to totally preclude the opportunity to bring in new voices.
I think that information like that probably belongs more in the handbook than in our posting of positions, because just as a matter of practice, I think it will be easier for us to maintain if we keep the postings consistent and straightforward.
I just don't know that the average applicant's going to look in the handbook. I think they're going to see this position might be available and just apply. So I think maybe we need it in both.
I'm not sure that's a problem. I mean, because as you say, you know, what we're trying to do is source more applicants, right? Ultimately, and you know, if somebody sees that like there are 20 different positions open and they look at them and they apply for one, and it turns out that that one is also has an incumbent that we're likely to hold, then you know, what we should have is a strategy in those cases for encouraging that person to look at the rest of the list. Because, you know, we had somebody today that we actually deferred because, you know, for the Commission for the Arts, right? Because, you know, they'd applied to multiple items, and if we had a better way of managing people who are trying to participate, then I think that we could be more consistent in our policy, because I don't think we want to signal either way that incumbency gives you a right of first refusal on the seat, or we're not considering incumbency, and you know, you could end up sending both either message.
That's fine, but I do like the idea of highlighting somewhere that there's an associate member opportunity.
Absolutely.
Because I think that brings more people on board. This came up very recently in the context of Lars Anderson Rink. We ended up liking more people than there were spots. We expanded it. We can't always expand it, but also there we named an associate member. And I think that's a good way to bring in new people.
So maybe we go back to we will post vacancies, even if there are incumbents in the position who've expressed interest in reapplying. One thing I maybe to split the difference here is that we have a general statement on the application page that says, we ask everyone to apply, including people who currently are in position for reappointment. If you are not selected, even if you feel that you may not be selected, but you have an interest, we strongly encourage you to apply. There are other opportunities such as associate non-voting memberships that may be available, even if you are not selected.
And the way to make an associate membership a little more attractive, I know that some boards allow associate members to vote if a regular member's not there at a particular meeting.
Yes.
Those are alternate.
Alternate.
And yeah, I agree. I like the idea of alternates rather than associates, just because it does make it more appealing.
Right.
There's lots of meetings where someone won't show up.
Exactly. Okay, so alternate members.
Some of those probably would need to be, if they're creatures of the bylaw, it may not be, you may not be able to add it without actually amending the bylaws.
Okay.
But for a lot of the bodies that you have created, just as, you know, in your executive capacity, that's easy to do. So.
And I like your framing just now of like, some of these there will be incumbents, and so you're warning them, so they're not gonna get caught off guard. And if they're curious about the committee, they'll look up and see whose term is up and they'll know who the incumbents are. Right, but also you're not waiting it saying we'll automatically renominate incumbents.
And in my conversations with some longtime incumbents, the reason that they continue to apply is because they feel that no one else is interested. That's part of it. It's not always that they want to continue serving.
Yeah.
No. All right. Any further discussion around potential changes to the boards and committees handbook?
Yeah.
and outreach efforts. Go ahead.
Yeah, I sent to, Melanie some changes that I proposed. And can you put it up on the board there? Just four, but I can read them. You want to do that?
Just calling.
Call it up.
My Outlook is not. Cooperating.
I'm just wanna make sure, did we finish up with the list and what's the next action item? For the list of boards and commissions?
So I think, yes, I have a list of what we're either consolidating or recommending taking down. What I would suggest is that we send out formal notification to the posted members of the boards and committees, just to give them notice that this is happening. If there's any, comment that they want to make or concern that they have about it, that they can bring it to you, and then on the 30th, you can take a formal vote to consolidate certain boards and committees or close the others. So you don't have to vote today, but you give us time to notify the people who will be impacted by it. Can come back on the 30th. Does that sound?
Yeah, and if you get all that feedback by the 30th, that would be great.
Yes,
You
we will
may
do our best.
Are you able to do this?
And
I'm having some technical difficulties,
Okay.
and my Outlook is just being slow to open your.
Let's try it the 20th century way. So I'd like to add under, at page 5, under requirements, a new one. And this is, intended to address the issue of, committee members treating each other and staff badly, which has been a problem, for many years, in my experience. So a new, requirement under, requirements. Be comprised of members who will treat other members of the public body, town staff, and residents with respect and courtesy. And this is mentioned a few times throughout the handbook. I think it's important where we're talking about requirements for membership to emphasize it at the beginning.
That also says, as we're reevaluating reappointments, if we know that folks are not doing that, that might be a reason not to reappoint.
And then on page 7, there's sort of an inconsistency between the first sentence and the second sentence. And so in the second sentence, it should read. Okay,
It's up there.
oh, it's up there, okay, good. So there, I'm concerned about in the first sentence, we talk about there being 2 reasons for removal. Not attending meetings and a conflict of interest. But then the second sentence, we talk about not attending meetings or history of absence or other legal concerns, as opposed to a conflict of interest. I mean, other legal concerns could mean a lot of things. And I think it's a dangerous phrase to use.
you mean like they've gone into incarceration?
No, that they've said something online that is unpopular. So,
What is the point of that line? If the member does not resign within 1 month of being asked, and there's a well-documented history of absence. Or other legal.
So that other legal concerns language was put in there. So it has always been an open question in this town as to whether or not, once you appoint someone, you have the ability to remove them. My take on it has been the power to appoint usually inherently includes the power to remove, but not everyone sees it that way. There is no specific language in the bylaws or the Town Administrator Act, which controls my job vis-a-vis your jobs, that says if you appoint someone, you also have the authority. So with that said, absence is if this language was intended to create a way in which absence with chronic absenteeism would basically be taken as a de facto resignation. If you are not doing the job of the committee and you don't show up to these meetings, then you are presumed to have resigned your seat. And in order to make that as clear as possible, we would have to go on formally say, hey, you've been absent for such and such a time, can you please step down? If that person doesn't step down, then if there's a well-documented history, basically if you have proof, you could say, yeah, no, this person really hasn't been showing up. Or there's a concern that the work of the committee might not be done otherwise. For example, there's a lack of a quorum, and maybe has a statutory purpose that needs to be fulfilled. Like, it's like the planning board, the zoning board of appeals. Again, unlikely, but because those committees are well attended, but theoretically, there could be a situation where a committee, like we've had trouble with the audit committee getting, for example, we need the audit committee to function. So being able to say in that instance, listen, we've got to be able to do something here, and you're not coming to meetings, so we're gonna consider the seat vacant. That's the purpose of that issue.
So. Really, the focus is on absenteeism. I guess your question is like, do we as a board want the ability to remove members of committees for anything other than not showing up?
I think,
Or conflict of interest.
Or conflict.
I would like to add another one. If they treat someone on the board or town staff poorly, like you were saying as a requirement, if that happens, I feel like we have an obligation to consider removing them.
I agree with that, but I think it's the question of, do you have the authority to do it?
Oh, do we have the authority?
And so, I think you could assert that authority, but when it comes up, that would be a case of first impression,
Yeah.
right? There would be a legal challenge to that, which again, in some ways, maybe it's better to have that settled, maybe it's better to have that question settled.
Well, we could also settle that by introducing a bylaw change.
You could.
That's interesting. I like that.
That might be a bylaw we're taking up, because I agree,
Yeah.
that's probably the one that's gonna come up the most often. I think it's going to be very rare that somebody is going to apply for a board and not show up. It's happened, and I remember we actually did get a resignation on a fairly high profile board a couple years ago because of this.
Yep.
But overall, I think most people attend. Where it comes up is the disrespect to other members.
I also have another question. I feel like I don't agree with that sentence. That you want to add, removal shall not be used to penalize a person.
You mean the third?
Yeah, the third, because I'm just gonna take the extreme, just so like I understand the principle, right? If someone's on a diversity commission and then they join the Klan, I would like to remove them. You know what I mean?
But then you have a problem of, imposed or infringing on their freedom of speech.
But then they're no longer, they're no
That
longer.
was a TTU.
Well, we had an
situation.
investigation into this, and we know how the investigation turned out, and you can consider someone's conduct if it's in conflict with the
charge.
mission and the charge of the commission.
That's
So,
so,
so I don't see anything inherently wrong with what you're saying, but to Anthony's point, there are times where somebody could construe it as being penalized, but if it goes against the charge of the commission, that's always going to be relevant. And that's what the investigation found.
yeah, so if you're, right, the rule is, as I understand it, and Jonathan might chime in on this too, right? Usually, right, members of public bodies have a First Amendment right to speak out on matters of concern to the public, right? You don't lose your First Amendment rights just because you become an employee or, so forth. So yes, you can show up in public comment and say what you want. Theoretically, the limit of that is if you were in a policy-making position, or otherwise have a role that requires you to do certain things, and you express an opinion or something that makes it clear that you can't do the job that was appointed for, then there is the opportunity to say, right, your statement is in conflict with what we asked you to do.
I have a question,
Yeah.
and to take it to different context, because I think it might be easy. Let's say someone appointed to the Preservation Commission is like, I really don't understand why we have all these local historic districts. I don't think we should have that many. Could that then be construed to take this person off the Preservation Commission because they are in conflict with the mission of that? But also that might be an important perspective to have on that committee.
I think that's why you get into these very different element. And that's not an edge case, right? I think that person would argue, no, like it's really critically important for the Preservation Commission to have a voice from someone who, I'm not saying I disbelieve in preservation's mission. I'm just saying I think that we err on the side, of preserving. Like that's well within the bounds of the charge of the commission.
And I think that then becomes I think that also almost becomes a political question at that point, where you're like, whereas, you know, the extreme example I gave, it's just so easy to see, like, okay, the charge is like to do this, and your conduct is indicating you don't believe in this. Whereas you can make an argument where, you know, the preservation committee with that edge case you just, or that case that you just said, like, that's a possible position that can be politically argued. Whereas the reverse is not, and I think giving us the safety to have that.
I think to give a slight spin to Amanda's example, if a member of the Conservation Commission is saying all open space areas should be turned into toxic dumps.
Yeah, that would be a problem. Yeah, that would be, yeah, then we'd have that would, yeah, then.
Yours, I think there was a little bit of a gray area.
Yeah, but if they said that, then they gotta go.
So I guess two things. One, can we go back to the removal, the middle one that you wanted to
Second one,
the second one? I do like the idea of either by bylaw or elsewhere, adding the condition of if you cannot treat other members of the committee with respect or town staff with respect, because we have the ability to remove it. And instead of the vague legal reasons.
Right, yeah, I do that.
And then the last one, I do think, yeah, having a sentence along those lines that clarifies exactly what is free speech. I'm not trying to. But like, what is direct opposition, right? Toxic dump in the Conservation Commission is clearly against the mission. But I want to make sure that we are not touching the gray zone and making it a political decision for the select board to say, this is against the mission, when it's like, it's right.
So I think Bernard's language is fine, but there should probably be another sentence about.
After reading it again, it is fine.
It can't go against the express mission of the
Yeah.
commission you're serving on.
Yeah,
again, you run problems, I think. For example, someone on ZF who may believe that, fossil fuels in certain situations is an important source of energy. Is that gonna disqualify them from ZF?
Well, I think that's where, right, it's tough to craft a policy that covers all these edge cases. But I think in that instance, right, you make the argument that. Again, take the extreme of, you know, conservation toxic waste, but I don't necessarily think if the mission of ZF is to reach fossil fuel freedom, and someone says, I don't think it's feasible to do that because X, Y, and Z, but I'm still in favor of moving towards less fossil.
And net zero is specifically net because there are ways to incorporate fossil fuel.
yeah, the word certain kind of made it okay, because if someone were to join ZF and then, like, you know, a year later, they're like, I don't believe in climate change at all. Then that'd be a
Oh,
problem,
that's different though.
right, that'd be a problem. But, you know,
I mean, for someone to say that they think that, for example, in certain third world countries.
Yeah.
Fossil fuels are better than burning coal.
Yes.
Or burning wood. I mean, that goes against the idea of net zero with respect to fossil fuels, but. I mean, that's an example of how it can be.
it can be abused that way, it could be abused that way, I think I understand that, it could.
So we can try and work with town council's office to address that deal. We may not get it, right, you know, it is. You, as with anything in the law, eventually you'll come up with some wild edge case, and you're like, oh, yeah, we didn't think of that, but.
Yes, I like that suggestion. Have town council maybe draft some language around there that uses Bernard's, but adds that caveat around going directly against the mission of the board.
Yeah.
And there's case law on this, so even just reading the case law on it and seeing how judges have explained it.
And in terms of treating other members badly,
Yeah,
I think that should be a separate
Yeah.
sentence. Because it's really different from what I think that we are trying to get at with respect to
That makes sense.
conflict of interest.
Yes.
that makes sense.
So just so I understand sort of the impetus behind this. Are you trying to establish more explicit criteria for removal? Such that when those criteria, in the opinion of the board, occur, that removals become less controversial?
No, what I'm trying to do is prevent another Chi-Chi-Wu situation. In other words, be perfectly frank with you.
No,
Um,
but in that situation,
I mean.
we decided to, that situation was politically controversial.
Right.
And ultimately the decision was made not to reappoint her.
No, it was 2-2, so there was no action.
The reappointment failed. but
The
because-
reappointment failed, but,
Because you never appointed someone else into the position she's remaining.
right, but the reason why it, it was politically controversial, right? There was politics involved. And I guess what I'm wondering is whether, we should certainly be crafting guidelines, which is what this document is, but I'm wondering whether trying to establish all the edge cases is a worthwhile exercise, because ultimately, even if we establish those edge cases, there's still gonna be politics involved in all of these cases. And the select board is gonna have to sort of negotiate those politics.
I agree with Michael, but to your original question, I do like the idea of making it very clear when we might remove someone. I think having that type of transparency helps. And I also like your idea of possibly doing this via bylaw. That would probably be the
Yeah.
safest rather than just asserting it now.
Yeah,
Well, the only thing that I was proposing in bylaw is to establish clearly that the select board has
Removal powers.
has the power to remove.
but,
the
but, yeah,
power.
based on specific criteria for
Well,
or meet.
Maybe you want more.
I didn't say that because I'm not because if you say according to specific criteria, then you're gonna get specific reasons, then you're gonna get into a political argument about, well, did that reason actually apply in this case? Was it an appropriate reason? And I don't think you can avoid the politics. So you might as well just accept the fact that you have politics here and give yourself the latitude to, and the future boards the latitude to apply the politics as they see fit. Because ultimately, we are being judged, with elections and so forth on our capacity here.
So I think, right, the question of a bylaw. So here are the pros and cons of the bylaw. The pro of bylaw is it provides certainty without needing a legal case to test it. It sets clear parameters. I think if you were to go with a bylaw, you would really want, to Michael's point, you would want to just have it be as clean as possible. The select board has the ability to appoint and remove officials from bodies that it oversees, and leave it at that. So it creates at will appointment. You could be removed for any reason or no reason. You can't be removed for any legal reason. So that gives you the broadest latitude.
Yeah, but I don't want to be able to remove for any reason. I think that puts every appointment in this political territory that you're gonna get people lobbying because they don't like the direction for the Lars Anderson rank, right?
I don't think you can avoid that.
I think you can. Can I try to give like just a federal example, just because I know more about it, right? So like, when we established the Federal Trade Commission, you could, the president could appoint, Senate approve, but could not remove except for cause. And that was like the law for until recently, which is now gone, the Humphrey executor decision in 36, whatever. So that's now gone, but that's what applies to the Federal Reserve Board, where you can't remove a member of the Federal Reserve without cause. And I think that it's, our job to define what cause is, and I think we can in the handbook.
Yeah.
And I think that, we could change the bylaw and say will not be removed for without cause. And our cause can be absenteeism, conflict of interest, being mean to people in board meetings, or going against directly the charge of the commission, blatantly. And I think that's fair.
I agree with you.
It's good solution, yeah.
I like that.
Right, so you can for cause clause in there.
Yeah, and we could define for the clauses in this handbook, we can define clauses here.
Right, so that gives you some certainty. I think then you know, I would want to run this through CTOS, want to run it through the traditional process that you run it through bylaws. And I think you'll get some pushback. I think you will get folks who will potentially say, you know, I don't, you know, we don't, you know, there should be an independent, you know, there should be a check on the select board. They shouldn't be able to do that. Once they appoint someone, they should have the protection of that position until their term expires, et cetera. So you might, you know, you'd be at you're putting town meeting into a separation of powers discussion. And just as you don't like having your power circumscribed, town meeting doesn't like having its power circumscribed by you. And so you may wind up in a, or you know, you may wind up in that discussion with town meeting, which is fine. Maybe it needs to happen.
I think it's a good discussion.
I agree. I think it's a good discussion. I think it's a safer path because it shows that we were soliciting public input. We were trying to get buy-in to what we're doing because this is an authority that we believe we inherently have anyway.
Right.
So we don't necessarily, from a technical perspective, our argument is we have this power anyway, but despite that, we want community buy-in. We want to be transparent about what it is we're doing, why we're doing it.
Right.
And the parameters around what a for-cause removal would be.
Right. And so I think there, the big question will, you'll have two focuses. One will be, is it, do the question of what cause means live in bylaw or in regulations? Is it your job to interpret what cause means or is it town meeting's job? So that will be, I think, the subject of some discussion. And I think you're gonna wanna, you know, be prepared to discuss, because I do think, you know, you should be able to define it in regulations, but town meeting may disagree. So you should be ready for that conversation.
So are we okay with a version going into the handbook for now, with the assumption that to do the bylaw change is going to be on a longer act?
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that.
Yeah.
But I think, right, the other big thing, right, is if this goes through, if you put it on the agenda for the warrant for town meeting and it fails, doesn't pass, then board and committee members have a stronger argument that they can't be removed. Because they will, if it does go to court, they will then use that legislative history and say, see, you know, the select board said that they didn't do this, but it went to town meeting and it didn't pass. So,
I personally do think we need to do this. I don't think we currently have the authority. I think that. And I think that we can propose the amendment to the bylaw as I described for like for cause removal. And then, you know, politically, if necessary, where town meeting says, no, we need more specifics. I don't think it's improbable or ridiculous to say we can throw those into an amendment and say, listen, these are the four things that we have and.
So that would be something to check with the moderator,
yes, it's tough.
Yeah.
right?
Also, just from a practical perspective, I don't think we have ever removed anyone that I can recall. So this hopefully will not come up. But for transparency purposes, I think it's beneficial for having the discussion. Again, the example you raised was not reappointing someone. It wasn't a removal. No one proposed removal.
No, but the implication was that you could do that.
Right, and I would like to take away the lobbying effort from people in a similar circumstance to be like, well, really, you need to like remove the appointment of this individual because I don't like them for X, Y, or Z.
And remember, the Chi Wu situation is not the only situation we face.
Right.
I mean, during the George Ford era, there was a lot of pushback against people who did not agree with particular lines of thinking about policing.
But to Michael's point, that's going to come up no matter what.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of being a political body.
And I think defining some parameters actually gives us a lot of defense.
Yeah.
Because when we say like, these are the four things, if it's not one of those four things,
Yeah.
stop talking to us about it. It's over it.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay, so this is all really helpful. I have proposals here that are, I don't think the last one was controversial.
No.
On page 24, we have person as opposed to citizen, that makes good sense. There's just some language at the top of page 7 that I would like to fix. It's ambiguous as to, you know, if someone is, how someone stays on a board past their term, we need to fix that language. To conform to our current practices. So that's basically it's more of a scrivener's error, so we'll fix that. Is there anything else that other members have identified? So we will redline this. We'll talk to town council's office. I don't know what the turnaround will be. Joe's out right now, and I know he and Jonathan both have done some research on this, so I want to make sure that, they have the opportunity to take a look. So probably will be after the 30th, but it won't be before.
And at the same time, look into the bylaw.
Yes.
All right, so we're starting to fall behind a little bit, so why don't we move on to the next item?
Well, the next item, hopefully relatively quick, item 5.
Yes, Affordable Housing Trust actions. 5A, question of authorizing $146,000 of housing trust funds to be utilized for the salary and related employee benefits of the senior housing planner position for fiscal year 2027.
The only thing I would flag is I want this to be a one-time fix. I don't think that we should be in perpetuity funding
Yeah.
that with the housing trust funds.
So that is the expectation. We talked about that year 2, we would be looking at override funds to restore the position on the general fund.
Any further discussion?
I do have some further discussion, not about these things specifically, so if you want to take a vote on this, but then I have a discussion about the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in general.
Sure.
So we can
All
vote
right.
on this first.
So let's vote on 5A. I move that we authorize $146,000 of housing trust funds to be utilized for the salary and related employee benefits of the senior housing planner for fiscal year 2027.
I have a question. I thought that the Housing Advisory Board authorizes funds from the.
No, we pay this weekly upfront. Yeah.
There's 2
I mean,
votes.
they
Usually
vote.
they vote first and then the select board.
I see, got it. Okay, so
Yeah.
Bernard.
Their request, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Their vote is necessary but not sufficient.
got it.
So Bernard voted yes. Michael?
Yes.
Amanda?
Yes.
Anthony?
yes.
And I also vote yes. 5B, was your comment related to 5B? That's the question of voting to approve unencumbering $3.75 million from the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And Kara has something to say on that. Go ahead.
Need to vote on this one. Next to
Lincoln.
Lincoln Heineman in the background. This already happened in March, so apologies for
All right.
not being on your agenda.
I do have a question about before I leave generally. This goes back to something I brought up a year ago with the $5 million rule, where we only give 15% to Affordable Housing Trust Fund if the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is under $5 million. I brought up then that the $5 million number was first initiated in 2013 and has not caught up with inflation. And I was wondering if we could talk about maybe amending that policy to make it more fluid, the way we do CIP as a percent of net year prior year revenue, or the same way we do liability or stabilization.
I think, so you're talking about amending the cash.
Yeah.
The
Free cash.
water,
Cash
Yes.
policy.
the waterfall
Yes.
policy. We can't, I don't think that's this.
Yes,
No,
but that's,
But I would like to have that discussion and maybe we could bracket it.
Let's notice that for a future agenda, because yeah, we can have that discussion.
Yeah.
okay. cool.
No, I do have a somewhat vague recollection of you presenting that to us before.
Yes,
I don't recall the details of why we didn't go for it before.
There were members of the board at the time that felt that given the infusion of CPA funds to support affordable housing, that maybe the policy should be changed in the other way. And that maybe free cash was not needed to support the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, but obviously the prerogative of the board has shifted again, so we can revisit the fiscal policies and see what the board would like to do.
and because we'll set this over for a future agenda item, I'll also just say it probably won't be a problem for the next couple of years, because if the city realty project goes in, we're gonna be far beyond whatever 5 million adjusted for inflation would be in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund probably. So I don't know the direct effects, to be honest, but we can talk about that later.
Right,
Yeah,
that's still
exactly.
a ways off.
I also do think, right, we saw this really acutely this year. There's a lot of pressure on the fund free cash right now.
Yeah.
Like, we're fortunate to be pulling the number that we're pulling, like the good times, the sort of New Orleans, Fontainebleau that we've had, is coming in. And you know, we saw in the CIP in particular this year, there was a lot of pressure on using that tail end of the waterfall to make ends meet in terms of the projects. So I think we should, when we have that conversation, I think we should show you how in practice that will work, like how that would work out in practice.
Yeah.
Because it will result in projects coming off the CIP.
I get that.
And so we just gotta, balance that out.
And keep in mind, quick question, then we can move on, I apologize. CIP, we spent, the goal was 6.6 and we only did 6 this year.
Yes, so if going on for the balance of this override cycle, we're down to 6.
Yeah.
Which is the,
All the way to 23rd.
yes,
For the duration of the override cycle, yes.
Oh,
in order to balance the budget, yeah.
that stinks. Okay, noted.
Yeah. I will, yeah, sorry, but I will say, right, that's still good.
Yeah.
Right? That's still, other communities don't even have a policy like that at all.
Yeah.
So it is one of the reasons why we're AAA rated.
Mhm.
We do expressly make sure that our capital projects are funded to a set level.
I understand.
Other communities really just rely on free cash to make it. We do a better job with that.
Okay.
So 6% is good, but I wouldn't go lower.
Yeah.
All right, Bernard.
Yeah, I know we voted this, back in, I think, January or March or some.
March, yeah.
I thought there was a reason why we were putting it back on the agenda. Am I misremembering?
I don't know, and I've also texted Roger, but I can't think of any.
Okay,
reason.
okay.
So it is currently unencumbered.
Correct. Currently, there's 3.75 unencumbered, not the whole 7.5.
All right, so with that, why don't we move on to item number 6, which is discussion of future development project opportunities with the planning department. Do you have a presentation for us?
And Alex Southwell, as you can see, is here as well, which is I'm very thankful for.
Hello.
Nice
Nice to see you.
Do you want to sit right here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you should be able to share your screen. Thank you.
Can you pull this version on sheet of television? Flatten it somehow, pull it toward you. So that's flatter.
There's a screen, but okay. Melanie, is there a way to make the screen bigger or is it
Try, yeah.
try?
There you go.
Thank you.
I just want to make sure we have captioning where it's not covering your presentation.
Perfect, thanks. So, thank you for carving out some time to talk about development opportunities. There's a short memo that was in your, packet that you all got on Friday. And this presentation is hot off the press, but we will make sure that it's posted, for the public as well. This image, by the way, is, just west of Marion Street as it comes to Beacon Street, looking east towards, the city of Boston. So, what I'm looking from you today, is whether there's any priorities that we're gonna see, any priorities you'd like to reorder. And secondly, if there's, I would love to start the conversation to know, what would be the most helpful for any land use boards, liaison to the select board. This is a very small text graphic. You don't need to read any of the words. This is-
Can't see it.
The colors will tell you everything, although it does look a little bit 80s, I agree. The years are going across left to right, so the black bolded rectangular column is 2027. And the green is for each of these large development projects when the money starts flowing in from a project. What comes before that, those orange rectangles are years where construction happened, and the yellow is permitting. That's both permitting with planning board, ZBA, but also building permitting. And there is usually a year between the ZBA permit and someone pulling a building permit, because they have to put together construction documents, that kind of thing. So this is just a graphic showing all of the things that have to happen before that yellow permitting, colored in pink here, are the number of years that each of these projects took for pre-zoning work, how to get the zoning in place. And there's been different economic cycles in Brookline. We're not seeing a lot of cranes in the whole Boston metro area right now, which is not surprising. But up until COVID, you could see kind of a steady march of pre-zoning work, permitting, and then new construction coming online until we hit COVID. And I don't think it was just because of COVID, but we also had at least what we had two big development zoning efforts that did not have enough support to move forward. And those are kind of in the middle here, you can see those white boxes coming after that, right? That nothing came of those efforts. One was the Lower Boylston rezoning work, and the other one was 10 Brookline Place, which for a hot second, we were thinking maybe lab use. In the long run, I'm very glad that it didn't go anywhere, that we didn't tear down 10 Brookline Place, because that same developer is looking at doing housing. It's very like we've lost commercial space in the with, you know, a plea for housing. So that is that. Moving forward, some of the work that was done, like with the adjustments to the River Road zoning, it was done a while ago. We're starting to see that come to fruition. Claremont has submitted an application or pre-application for housing on the next couple of parcels next to the hotel between River Road and Brookline Ave. So that permitting is started, is underway. There's also larger projects that you all on the select board may not hear about if you're not in the neighborhood, but things like 40 Kent Street has been going through permitting for a couple of years now. It didn't require rezoning to move forward, but did require maybe some variances or some.
Yes, variances.
And some very creative thinking by board members, right?
Yes, and they did also change the project, kind of at the late stage to provide more, small units.
So that's coming online, and then Chestnut Hill West is already starting the talks going and setting up pre-application meetings and that kind of thing. So that's great to see that kind of pattern coming back again, where we're seeing next steps happening at the rezoning work. And we can come back to this later. This slide is actually from a couple of years ago, but I think just helpful, especially for maybe some of the newer select board members. So all these projects take time. This was a slide that was part of my budget presentation to the select board for fiscal 25. And at the time I was answering Mike Salmon's question of how do you prioritize your work, these kind of bigger projects. And so here, you know, this isn't exact, but there's basically two axes. Is there already documented community support? And then on the x-axis, what's the efficient use of resources? What, you know, how are we going to get the most effectiveness based on the resources we're spending? And again, this is kind of department-wide, not just development-specific initiatives. And then the size of the circle is how big can it be. So at the time, right, the Brookline Housing Authority, Walnut Highway Development, because we rezoned that as part of the MBTA work, that was an as-of-right project. It only took them a couple months to permit it. They saved millions of dollars compared to their other project that was on Marion Street. That was both, you know, well community supported as well as a great use of our resources to spend time on. And then on the lower end of the spectrum, at the time, broadly expanding accessory dwelling units. At that time, there wasn't a lot of community support to do that. And it would have not been a very efficient use of resources because that community support was there. So that's just a couple of years ago. The other piece, just kind of graphically, is that many of these projects interrelate with other town efforts. And sometimes we forget where they began. So the Coolidge Corner, Center Street lots exploratory study that I think you all were talking about earlier today, that was grounded right after COVID. It's been talked about since the 60s of doing something, quote, something with the Center Street lot, but it was grounded after COVID, when the business community and residents did, with economic development, did a Coolidge Corner, and there's some more here, JFK area local development plan. That was funded by the state. There's many recommendations in there, like some of the grants and our work that we did, this pop-up businesses that were ARPA funded, a parking and curb utilization study that's been done. Offshoot of that was updated parking fees that you just voted on a couple weeks ago. And so now we're at the Center Street lots exploratory study, first part done. And there's some good conversation with the Economic Development Board last night about next steps. We're gonna meet on that one more time, and then we'll be back to you late summer, early fall. Another example here is that Kent Street, Station Street Senior Housing Project. Some of you may not even know that that was a thing, but that got to, you know, the request for information went out, it even went to through developer negotiation. The negotiation happened 2019-22. Washington Street, Complete Streets project was coming into concept. And those two things combined, there's a lot of community concerns about parking availability. So we took a pause in partnership with DPW, did a parking study in both Washington Square and Brookline Village. We're now ready to resume both the Kent Street Senior Housing, as well as 40 Kent Street. There's a property between Kent and Station Street that's actively for sale, and it's also adjacent to parking lot. So I think it makes sense to look at those together. You all had asked for, some of you all asked, and this also has come up in the comprehensive plan committee. If we were to look at only new development to offset the need of our fiscal revenue gaps that we have, what would that look like? So taking the construction since, you know, for the last 15 years or so, larger projects, condominiums, apartments. The third row here is Brookline Place, a big office campus development, and then hotels. We've had several of those. The middle column is the estimated net fiscal impact, so that's net of cost, but that's also net of what the land was throwing off for property taxes before the redevelopment happened. So net of everything. And they range widely with apartments, for example, whether or not there's ground floor retail. Does seem to make a shift of, you know, kind of factor of safety of whether that's going to be a fiscally positive property in any given year, compared to primarily school-age children. See condos, Brookline Place, the hotels. It's a very wide range, anywhere between 7 and 22,000 per 1,000 square foot of building. And the last column here is that looking at by land. So middle column is kind of by housing unit or 1,000 square feet of building. The third column is what's the net impact divided by the square foot of it. Yes, please.
The third column is all positive, so that is revenue,
That is net revenue.
not cost to the town.
Correct. So that has already deduct costs, and it's also already deducted the property value prior to development. The caveat to that is I did not do that for residential properties. I did that for commercial properties. The residential properties you see there says no deduction for pre-development value. So
Anthony has a question, go ahead.
I need a little more context to understand the numbers here. So when I look at apartments, some with ground floor retail, and it says estimated annual net fiscal impact, 1,750 per home, to 5,400. What's making up the gap? Is it number of bedrooms per unit size?
it's also primarily, yes, what you just said, it's the school age children that are.
Yes, and that's derived from bedrooms per unit, right?
Yes,
Okay.
it's not a perfect linear situation,
Yeah.
but. For example, at Hancock Village, the kind of townhome style development that's on the edge where it's, you know, beautiful walking distance to elementary school. Sees almost one school age children per unit. The rest of the apartments in this scenario are more like. Only one, they're very, very low as far as school age children. So
Okay.
that big range.
For that, because of what we learned from Hancock Village, is there a way to not just say number of bedrooms equals, or sorry, it's not a linear relationship, right? So number of bedrooms times whatever non-linear factor equals number of school-age children. Is it possible to include miles to school district that could maybe help you get closer to what might be true?
I have looked at that. There's so many factors, like how tall is the building, how many units are in the building. You know, if it's a 8-story condo townhome, it just is a different feel than a 40 or 60 unit apartment building.
Okay.
Now, families are in both.
Yep.
But we do have so far seen more school age children in things that are more like condos and single family. But even that isn't true, like it's so
Mhm.
perfectly, because like the Crown and Shield development, we're seeing no school age children enrolled in Brookline schools. at those townhomes, on the Indian Crown Shields. Maybe they're going to private school. I don't know.
I'm really interested in that specific case. Could you send a memo about how much tax revenue that one building gives us to the town?
Yeah, what I can do is share that with you. I would rather not, none of us want people going around and saying, this development has kids
Yeah.
and therefore it's bad.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, got it. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Michael?
Just a quick question, in the third column, does that incorporate open space, or is that just the land, is that presumed that these buildings cover the entire area?
It's just the net impact divided by the square feet of the land. So it doesn't, it's agnostic to what the ground coverage is. It's just saying, if you think of that as real estate, like what is your per square, how efficient is that development throwing off dollars compared to the land that's on?
So it does include the.
So it does include the open space.
Yes.
And this third column, are these averages, are these medians,
The
or?
range, so lowest to highest, development performance. And also taken into effect,
So we have no apartment building in the entire town that is a net negative financially.
built in the last 15 years. Remember, this is an estimate. Remember that, in 1 year, we could have more enrollment. So caveat, but yes.
I might add another piece of homework here, and I apologize. Could I cut you off?
No, go ahead.
Yeah, can we get like a box and whiskers plot of all the developments that stretches from either end?
I can give you the data and you can probably.
That's perfect.
I would love to collaborate with anybody.
These happy places. of
Yeah.
that data.
Yeah, okay, that's awesome. Thanks.
Also with that
I'd
apartments,
love to see your result.
with that apartments column, I'm curious, because 60 cents to 970 is a very wide span.
Yeah,
So in addition to bedrooms, would you say that whether the building has a retail component is a significant factor there?
a retail component is a piece of it. The highest apartment value, I believe, is in North Brookline. It's a taller building. The highest amount is actually was it 40 Coolidge and 429 Harvard? I'm just not the addresses. 429. No, 429 is under permitting. I'm forgetting that. I think it's 420 Harvard and 41 Coolidge, so it's a larger site that went through some adjudication in the courts and came back taller than the ZBA wanted. So it's a taller building.
Do they have retail?
They do have retail.
Okay.
Yeah.
And does this specifically exclude either BHA or other 100% affordable buildings, or are those in this?
That is not in this. I didn't consider that as a development, for this discussion, that development scenario, because we don't text them.
The reason I'm asking about the retail component for this apartment span is as we discuss future development and also meeting our goals for the housing production plan, I think it's helpful to know how can we get more of these apartment buildings closer to that 970? And is that about building height? Is it about having first floor retail? What are those factors that make it 970 as opposed to 60 cents?
Yeah,
Mhm.
I'd be glad to explore more. I'm not seeing a bright line that I would feel confident recommending, we should do this instead of that, but there's some trends that are obvious. The other thing that's important for me to say, especially as a planner, is that if the town were to make any land use decisions based on bedroom size or avoiding vehicles, that would likely be open up for us. So we just need to be careful in our language, even though we're exploring and looking at sandbox just to learn more, but we don't want to be taking any actions or causing any action that we lead that are.
Right, but even just from a purely factual perspective, because obviously we want to be welcoming to families of all sizes.
Yeah.
But to the extent that there obviously are some certain economic consequences, to know how we can compensate for that in the design or in what we allow for potential uses.
Okay, this is good conversation.
I just like the fact that you're essentially showing, and I wanted to highlight David's point, which is that worst case scenario, new apartments are still a net positive to the town. It's a minimal net positive.
Yeah.
Caveat.
Yes. Not fair is that always.
in the last 15 years.
In the last 15 years, but it does get you thinking, okay, what things are, depending on the site, can get you closer to the 970, but I think a lot of times in discussion, people throw out the fact
Yeah.
that new housing is
Yes.
a negative.
We don't have data to show
We
that.
don't have
it's-
it.
But can't we also, can't we distinct, or can't we identify the 55+ type housing that we have like at Emmons and Route 9?
Yes,
So take that out and look at what the other apartments.
yeah, we could, yeah.
I have a question with regards to the condominium versus apartments. It was, I thought this, and I might be wrong, but I thought condos were less tax positive as compared to apartments, because I thought most condos benefit so much from the standard housing deduction that reduces their net tax liability, whereas that doesn't apply to apartments. This shows the opposite of my assumption. That was just my assumption. But
I need to check on that. So that value comes from tax paid and from the assessor's big database dump.
Mhm.
But I'm not sure whether that includes exemption or non-exemption.
Got it.
So I should double check.
Sort of the other variable in there is some retail is listed on both. Do we have more retail on the condo side than on the apartment side, or is that about even?
I think there's only 2 condo projects in this data set, so I think they both happen to have ground floor retail, but I have to double check.
Okay.
Okay, so,
And sorry, just
Oh, yeah.
one other question on ground floor. We talk a lot about ground floor retail, but I'm noticing there seems to be with increased popularity of having the first 2 floors be retail. And we even see that in Coolidge Corner where when I was an elementary school student at the then Devotion, it was Barnes and Noble on the 2nd floor, and now it's HealthWorks. But that model's existed a while. And is that something that we're also looking at to try to maximize revenue? Because 2nd floor retail seems to be workable.
Or second floor commercial.
Commercial.
yeah, something that City Realty has been
Right.
proposing as well. I don't know enough to know the current market for that kind of thing from new construction. But I think it would be a good question to ask in the market study that I'll get to in a second, that I'd like for us to do, because I don't know that.
Everything that's said brings up another point in my mind there with the Pleasant Street thing that was recently pulled from the warrant. Because there's other work that needs to be done on that. I feel like I recall them wanting to put their office, like their regional office in that building, right? And I think that that's a really good example of 2-floor commercial space availability. So, yeah, we'll just pause there.
So, one or more of you asked Melissa to come up with, Melissa, you should explain what this number is. So-
Yeah, I mean, I have a couple of slides also that talks about kind of, looking at the next 3-year cycle after this current 3-year period. Noting that the further out that we get, the less accurate we are. I came up with a range of 25 to 28 million for the next 3-year period, and there are a lot of assumptions built into that. And a lot of factors that could change, but just as a way to give Kara kind of a number to work with, that's kind of where we are right now.
Wait, help me. What does the 25 to 28 mean?
So that is essentially the next gap, over the next 3-year period after this current override cycle.
Okay, so you're suggesting the next override cycle will need to be a 25 to 20?
No,
That's what I'm not understanding.
It's the next shortfall over the 3-year period after this current override is over.
The structural deficit after this current override, that would be the rough estimate.
Wow.
Was that
based
different
on
from
our
what I
current
said?
policies.
Well, and so if I can, it looks like this slide is saying what you would need to develop in order to offset the predicted difference.
Does this include a base run rate of new growth?
So new growth is $2 million for that assumption, because there's nothing kind of in the pipeline currently, and without kind of more positive news about a change in the way
Right,
that
so,
the economy is, that's.
so the answer is yes,
Yes.
it includes a baseline.
Yes.
Amount.
Wait, what was?
Here, let me pull up, I can just,
assumptions, yeah,
Yeah.
we need to quickly switch.
I just understand what the difference was between what I said and that this is the next fiscal whole.
We could instead have more cuts.
Oh,
Doesn't
sorry.
necessarily- doesn't
Sorry,
necessarily
I
mean
understand.
they're override for that.
I understand.
There is a gap of 25 to 28 million.
I understand.
that
Thank
we
you.
need to address, Yeah.
Right,
And
so my-
And Melissa will say this, but it is very early to be making that call.
Yeah, of
We're
course.
asked by David and Mike to make that call so we can have this conversation.
Yeah, we need to have a
The-
conversation.
Right, and the reason we're doing that, understanding all these caveats, and it's very preliminary, is I think that this board has a lot of interest in trying to engage in long-term planning so that over the long haul, probably not in 3 years, but over the long haul,
Mhm.
we might be able to extricate ourselves from 3-year override cycles. And so we need to use some kind of baseline, fully
Absolutely.
understanding that it's very rough.
Right.
Yep, so these are kind of some of the base assumptions in that estimate. So 2 million in new growth, a 1.5% increase in local receipts, 2.5% increase in state aid. Free cash at the same kind of level that we've been seeing that meets the policy targets. Obviously, Chaz just kind of spotlighted that as we kind of shrink our revenues, that potentially could change. A 5% increase in school appropriations. Obviously, we're about to have a new deputy superintendent for administration and finance. We'll have revised projections once he is kind of gotten his feet under him. 2% COLA for town departments, 2.5% for non-personnel increases. And then beyond the 3 years, we have a 12% assumption for the 3 years in the override, the current override. Hoping that the group health landscape would change, that we wouldn't see double-digit increases, but still feeling like 7.5 was a decent enough effort. So then just some things that could change the outlook either on the positive or the negative side. Obviously, if we saw kind of a resumption of some of the economic activity that would generate additional new growth. If we change the 8317 for group health, that would have a lot of positives in the outlook as well. And then a change in policy about the use of the pension runoff, we'll be having more conversations about that. State aid, obviously, there's been a lot of conversation about Prop 2.5 and the state's contribution to cities and towns and whether or not it's sufficient. There will also be kind of a committee looking at Chapter 70 as well, statewide. And then obviously energy is always kind of a question mark in terms of what's happening in the overall market and what potentially the town could do for savings as well. And then, on the negative, a deeper economic recession, JLMC award that would be beyond our ability to pay. Additional mandates for new services, and then school growth factor in excess of 5%, utility. So these are kind of
This is awesome.
things that could shift, but that range, caveat, like Kara said, is what we kind of just started working through.
So it seems like the standard distribution roughly for that number, 25 to 28 million, it could easily go 10 million in either direction.
Yes.
Based on those.
Correct.
Easily.
Yeah,
Okay.
yep,
Got it. But for purposes of this exercise.
yes.
And is COLA 2%?
So that is what we currently have in our model.
It is.
Yes.
For the out years. Yeah, for like FY 27, it's 1.5.
Right.
Understood, thanks.
And I will say, right, like. Not to bargain against ourselves. But inflation is higher.
Yeah.
So it's tough. It's tough on our staff.
Yeah.
That's really.
You have to change the name of it.
Right. It's not really.
I get it.
It's a wage adjustment.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now that we've understood the headline of this.
Right.
The slide is actually quite easy. It's the same slide. It's just that the third column is saying over that 3-year period, if you were to make up that delta from just one of these land uses, what would that be like? So you could make that up over 3 years by adding 15 to 2,000, 2,000 condos in 3 years. You could do that by adding 4,600 to 16,000 apartments. You could do that by adding 10 to 11 more workplace places. I don't know where. Do that by adding 14 to 16 more hotels. I don't think there's a market for that many. But it gives you a sense of magnitude, which I think is a helpful exercise. And of course, a reasonable thing would be to start looking at this more and saying it would be easy to mix. Changing for.
I think that this slide does force us all to recognize that growth is not the only the way we solve this. So, yeah,
But
it's a tool.
it is a tool that can decrease that number.
Yes.
Yes.
And there's the OPEB's element,
Yes,
which will
there's a whole
help.
bunch of other stuff, caveat.
So we're only looking at the growth part, so I don't
Yeah.
want to strike too pessimistic.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, so compared, let's just say apartments and condos, you know, whatever, between 1,500 and 16,000 over 3 years, that's like. Whatever, 500 to 5,000 homes adding a year. And right now we're around 499. That's based on building permits for the last 3 years.
Can we go back one more slide? Okay, and then do we have that, the next slide broken down by housing type?
We do, I don't have that with me today, because the way we track it for the regional planning agency is not by ownership, but by bedroom count, so
Okay.
it's all, we have to do some.
Got it.
So
And this net new home, so 499, is that including single family or is that just apartments? and
single-
those?
I'm sorry, like
Everything.
single family, and they are net new homes, so if a single family is demolished and another single family built, that is not that
Got it.
I see. The reason I ask that is if we end up taking on multiple projects at once as opposed to doing a smaller number each year. That top line about around 1,500 new units, so if we're already at 500. And we do triple the number of projects we do now, that actually does seem realizable. Not within the next 3 years, but longer term, that
Yeah.
type of trajectory.
Yeah.
Could be done.
if they're all condos, right?
It's right. I get it.
I think, yeah, it's not, this is a good exercise, we can start bouncing between reality and reality. So, this slide using the same color coding as at the very beginning, so, as I presented this upward in past budget discussions, I was promoting priorities, this is primarily Holly, the work that her staff does. So getting those projects through to, you know, actually being able to start construction, we've got some very large projects, happening in this current fiscal 27. Started already, so one is the Claremont owned property I was talking about, 24 Avenue Maple Road. That's housing with commercial on the ground floor, they are also asking for a variety of variances, so to be determined. 2 Brookline Place Children's Hospital is coming back in to amend their special permit so they can finish the commercial space on the ground floor. That'll be an effort, not a lot of, you know, revenue added in the end, but some. 40 Kent Street is underway. And then, City Realty, as I said, has already started their pre-application work with the town and the building department. All expired.
I mean, they may go to the planning board at end of August for the preliminary presentation, so it's pretty fast.
A quick question I have on 2 Brookline Place. So the finishing the commercial space, does that suggest that there is going to be a little more effort to filling it?
Yes, it means that they have, a tenant in hand for 2 Brookline Place. They don't yet for 1 Brookline Place, which is also unfinished. But they would like the permitting flexibility to have the uses, in between the two.
Do we know the category of commercial for that tenant?
I don't know, but I think they're talking about medical office, so that's the space.
Okay.
So development priorities, that kind of pre-zoning, those pink rectangles we saw earlier. It's about finishing things. We finished Center Street. Lots of discussion. EDAM talked about that last night. We'll be back to probably later in the summer. The Kent Webster discussion, this is a new one. Again, this is the town-owned parking lot that's behind like the Starbucks building and the convenience store in Brookline Village, which is adjacent to 2 parcels that are currently for sale. So my balloon that I'm floating with you all is, I imagine, we want to explore working with the potential buyers to do a joint partnership, or at least explore those conversations. Utilizing the town land as well, not necessarily for the parking, but airways or whatever. That parcel combined is about the same size as Wallen Durgan, to give you a sense of how big it is. third priority is restarting the Kent Station Street housing, which is on the other side of Kent Street, and we might even want to talk about whether those two sites could be in partnership with each other at some creative way. I don't have any specific ideas, but we should talk about that sometime.
The disposition of parking is one obvious, potentially obvious.
That
Way in
particular-
which they could talk.
That particular project froze, like, there was a lot of things that went into it, and then we basically didn't do anything because of concerns over parking, correct?
Concerns over parking, and also staff turnover, both in our department as well as DPW. I remember Todd Cranes at a town meeting saying, I promise you, I'll figure out a way to change the parking around the Pine Village, and then he left. So, many things, including COVID, but yeah.
In terms of these parking concerns, I was talking to Katha Seidman the other day, and she made what I found to be a very insightful comment that we don't talk much about, which is differentiating the type of parking. Is it destination parking or is it residential parking? And that can be very helpful to know in terms of assessing the need. Oftentimes in these conversations, we just look at parking generically. But knowing if it's destination or residential has high impact in terms of how many spaces you need. And that could be useful in this project.
And then I thought it was important to put on here other activities, not everything that we're doing, but other activities that in the long run support development priorities as well, because that's not their only objective. So finishing the comprehensive plan. And the second one, I wanted to pause and make sure you all hear, we're thinking, we need to talk about this with EDAB and our other land use boards, but we're thinking it probably makes sense in January to do a commercial market study so that we have updated information about what is realistic for commercial growth these days in Brookline. And that would probably look a lot different on ComAv than it would on Goddard Ave, you know, that would be good to know what those are, and also to get some more information from those industry experts to your question about like what are people doing on the second floor for commercial space. You know, the breweries were a big hot thing that kind of went through, but what's the next thing that's like a brewery that could support larger ground floor spaces? And then also talking with our institutional partners and just making sure there's not any accessory uses that they wish they could do add on, even if not on their property. We don't know until we ask questions.
When did we last go through this exercise?
Do a commercial market study?
Yes.
I don't think I'm not aware of one being done. There was a vibrancy study that was done 15 years ago, but not with real estate experts. It was more about like retail demand compared to households and how much of that is leakage leaving the town, kind of back of the envelope, but not all commercial uses. We've also used Pam McKinney in the distant past to ask us about some insights, like could we do another hotel in North Brookline? Could we do another hotel or something like that? Because she had experience in those, but not townwide and not all uses at once that I'm aware of.
Have we looked at whether neighboring municipalities have conducted similar studies, and if so, what that data reveals? And I don't say that as to preempt undertaking our own commercial study, but it could still offer helpful information in the interim. Newton is somewhat similar, the more suburban parts of Boston, like West Roxbury.
Yeah, that's a good question. I need to look around some more to understand that more. I'm only aware of either communities that are, you know, looking for anything anywhere, like some of the gateway communities doing things for their downtown, which is still a bounded market study for, you know, the size of Coolidge Corner, or suburban communities saying this industrial park is no longer working. What should we do with it next?
Like I know that Needham in particular, they've been doing a lot of work around their town center and
Yeah.
development there and adding more multifamily housing and mixed use. So maybe seeing what their studies showed might help inform, just as a bridge to when we get to conducting our own.
Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of reports showing commercial demand anywhere over the last year or two, but you never know. We'll see.
And how long do you expect such a study to take?
I think because this is meant to be a staff subject and not, public community process, and we're just getting data, I think it could be fairly quite good for once. So coming out of that, I would like to see, what the reality is. My guess is it might make sense for us to talk, when I come to you and talk about budget for us, fiscal 28 next spring. I wouldn't be surprised if I was bringing up Commonwealth Avenue as the next area that's thinking about a corridor rather than just one site at a time, that has some potential and that's also realistic in adding commercial tax base, not just residential. I know we are over time, so this is very small.
This is a priority, I think. for the board.
Yes.
Okay.
Very
Okay,
productive. Yes.
you tell me when to go faster. So, this is a very, very small image, which is a draft map. And that's all capitalized draft from the comprehensive plan steering committee. I think this is the second version and they're probably gonna reiterate it, at least 2 or 3 more times. Broadly speaking, this is taking community, input to date and saying, okay, when we look at the town as a whole, what are the areas where we want to support? There might be some change, but it might be more about supporting the fact that it's there. That's those tan areas, most of the town. What are areas that we expect or we want to direct significant change? And that's that dark purple, which you see along Commonwealth, but also in some spots like on Cypress and Route 9, there's still some dark spot or, the famous MBTA yards. That would be amazing. Don't think it's gonna happen. TJ Maxx, there's nothing, surprising here. Some parcels along Harvard Street that were those larger parcels that the community wanted to carve out of the Harvard Street zoning, like Stop and Shop, TJ Maxx, sites like those. And then there's a color in between that's more like a magenta color, and that's somewhere between, high change and some change. So for example, Washington Square is that middle color. And well, there were comments from that neighborhood or that precinct from the community that said 4 stories feels about right for a new development. There is also recognition that there's properties like the grocery store site that has, parking lot behind it. And that it would take a lot of work and community conversation, but that might be a reasonable redevelopment site that keeps the grocery store but adds development. So that's just context. There's some large kind of almost, I guess, ivory or white colored parcels. Those are institutional properties, and not even all of them, but some of the larger ones. That the steering committee is still sifting through the comments received and trying to figure out what and how they make any recommendations regarding those larger properties. Because I think as someone mentioned earlier, once they come up for sale, or if we get a call, it'd be helpful to have some direction from the community as to what to see on those properties next. This other light colored, very large area is the Toxteth Perry neighborhood that is undergoing study right now. Being led by Marie Morelli and with very strong support from the town meeting members. That neighborhood used to be a neighborhood conservation district. We'll see what the town meeting members' goals are there. But what's interesting about that work is I suspect that we will find some conclusions about how to support the existing fabric, but still allow for some change, more than a local historic district. And that could then be replicated in other 2-family neighborhoods. So this is the largest kind of 2-family neighborhood. So kind of indirect potential development priorities, Victor Hill reuse study, we're gonna learn a lot about market demand through that. To your point, David, about other projects to give us information about what's going on in the market generally. Toxteth Perry we just talked about. ADU outreach, so here's where we start to get into like not everything requires rezoning to see change. So once the Attorney General hopefully approves the language that town meeting fixed in the spring. Then we are planning to do a big outreach to property owners, hopefully combined with select board offices, conversations about streamlining permitting. And kind of getting that information out to the homeowners or small family portfolio owners would be another way that we can move forward. Number 4 is, we've had conversations, and you all talk about the real estate property committee. It'd be great to just coordinate, everybody's talking to different property owners at different levels, but it'd be helpful to get the land use boards together and just coordinate who's hearing what, from time to time. And then the last thing is, one of my favorite slides of like new information today, and that's infrastructure. So if we were a greenfield community, we might talk about water, sewer, water, sewer, and energy broad. But in Brooklyn, we don't have all the infrastructure we need. It's my opinion, and I'll show you why, that it's coming up in the top thing too, that we do need to think about adding more open space if we're talking about adding, being intentional about adding more residential or commercial development. And also our electrical grid, which I know hardly anything about, but I have that slide to hopefully get you interested in it. So open space, these are just 2 snapshots from residency website, a website that the state uses, and you can clearly see what the number of dwelling units per parcel is what the different colors are showing you. So on the left is a neighborhood that's more or less around the Baker School playground. And on the right is a neighborhood that's around kind of Wrigley Winthrop Square and the park. It's hard to do these exact, but kind of thinking what's the watershed of those parks, compared to them going, people most likely going here for a neighborhood park rather than the next park outside. Obviously, people are able to walk across municipal boundaries, so you'll see on the left, I'm including neighborhoods that are not in Brookline because they are near parks in our town. And this is only thinking about like playground field space. So this isn't including sanctuaries, it's not including some of the historic, don't touch, but you can look at areas in Cottage Farm. These are, usable open spaces. And there's a difference. So on the left, we're seeing about 1.5 acres of this kind of recreational open space per 1,000 people. And on the right, about half that in North Brookline, about 0.7 acres per 1,000 people. Even though there's a lot more open space in that neighborhood on the right, it's a lot more dense. And there's no national standard, and the Parks Director does a great job of talking about different kinds of park use and why they're needed for maintenance reasons or regional play reasons. And that's not my field of expertise, but just to give you a kind of a standard, the National Institutes of Health has a review of literature about different kinds of community recreation parks. So again, not sanctuaries, not conservation land. And the literature suggests somewhere between 1.25 to 2.5 acres per 1,000 people. So the neighborhood on the left is probably as minimum as you want to get, and we could probably use some more. The neighborhood on the right is certainly under. And my thought is that we should be very clear that we want to add open space. We want to add more housing in anywhere.
I think this ties in a little bit to an earlier discussion we we're having about parameters for when we might want to look to acquire property. So I brought up if 2 houses next to each other go on sale, we should be alerted because that's a potential opportunity to add a park. Or if there's a house that's right next to a school, that's an opportunity as well. I think also we could consider rooftop green space there. Of course, there's the challenge of making sure that you have enough shade, right? Tree canopy somehow on a roof. We don't want more of a Driscoll playground situation.
And trees are heavy too.
But ground space is finite, so I think we have to find other ways to add green space in addition to the traditional.
Yeah, and you were mentioning like indoor recreation space. Even if
Indoor
it's
as well.
private,
Right.
that's another way for people to do something outside of their house.
Yes.
Or making sure that if there is private space that is completely accessible, which
Right.
sometimes we make arrangements for public access that then is not really accessible, and so thinking a lot more holistically about that.
A lot of shopping malls that are sort of borderline defunct now are doing these conversions where they have pickleball courts inside and they're sort of becoming recreation facilities. We don't have that here in Brookline, but as a part of MOAs with developments of mid to large scale, we might try to think of it kind of asking them to include some kind of indoor recreation. Because also given our climate, so maybe 7 months out of the year here, we need to be indoors anyway for recreation.
When we look at the Washington Square magenta map, two slides ago, I think. Yeah, I feel like Washington Square is right by the Driscoll School is the one that's right there, right? And now I know that Driscoll has a lot of open capacity, right? So that reads to me as highly advantageous for future development. I just wanted to call that out.
And while you have this up, everyone here knows that I've been interested in Lower Boylston, but it does seem like the dark purple denotes a portion of what was originally talked about in that
Yeah.
project, as being well suited for development.
And again, this is a draft,
Yeah.
sort of where,
But it's good to think of these places as we start to sort of scope out further plans. Because I do think there is a lot of potential, and especially given the timeline that you were showing in terms of the amount of time that it takes to plan for it. We can talk permitting later of whether that can actually be sped up.
Yeah.
But like, you're talking 5+ years in the future from when we start something.
okay, and then. Eversource, so Eversource has started putting publicly on their website, you can just go look at Eversource headroom map. And they have another version that's not called headroom, I think it's called capacity, and the capacity, there's 2 tabs if you go to this. One tab is not called headroom, and that's more for finding parcels that it's appropriate to add solar or other technologies easier to the electrical grid. Headroom, the headroom tab is more about what is the existing capacity in the network to handle additional load, so taking away the electricity from the grid. And that's seasonal, this is a snapshot, so in summer, that's usually worse. We've been hearing about this from the governor, from Eversource, you're talking about updating the grid, especially as more communities are trying to move towards fossil fuel free. You'll see at the top here, a little sneak peek of Cambridge, which is a very dark purple, and that's basically showing 0 capacity, 0 to 1 kilowatts. And you might have seen in the press recently that there's a very large substation that's being built underground in Kendall Square or somewhere in Cambridge. So clearly the state and Cambridge especially are very concerned about electrical capacity. They've done some work that's going to be improved. But we also know that Eversource is looking to update their electrical grid in Brookline. There's several substations that already exist. They're doing due diligence work to see what equipment is there. And regionally, they've also talked very publicly about wanting to add more infrastructure, for the region, kind of in this North Brookline, Halston, Brighton, getting over the Cambridge area, okay, the trunk line. So it's just good to know that that is a limiting factor. This came to a head with the Brookline Housing Authority, who's extremely well organized, has done several developments in a row, works with all these utility companies. And at the very end of 32 Marion Street in the construction phase, they were told that the last connection that they needed was going to take an additional 2 months, which means that that was the only factor that kept getting residents into their homes for 2 months was Eversource delays.
What did they need to do in those 2 months?
It wasn't the amount of work that needed to be done, it was just waiting the queue for Eversource to come out and connect something.
If we're talking capacity, I mean, this isn't your area of expertise, but like, if we build capacity, is that us doing a favor for Eversource? That helps us, but like, is that something that is somewhat of a negotiation? I'm like thinking about the ZF folks wanting to create sort of a municipal solar option, right? Which as a condo owner would be very helpful for those who might be able to generate more than it can use. And so I'm wondering if you could pair it with something that would be a win for the town. If we are thinking about expanding electrical infrastructure in our towns. Yeah.
That's
So
what
opposed
pays
to-
you, yeah, yeah.
For future, but yeah, I would like to like think about it in terms of like, right, you're looking at Cambridge building that maybe infrastructure will help with one for client if they are putting emphasis on wanting to build more infrastructure here, we should be thinking about what that relationship looks like.
I think this has to be a whole agenda item.
Yeah.
For this whole electric thing, I think we
Oh,
need.
that would
You
be
should get a
great.
consultant. that does
Yeah,
it.
we need a,
Yeah.
we need a lot more on this, because this is a little over my head, so.
I am guessing based on 32 Marion's conversation and some very quick numbers that anything that's like yellow, green, dark green, and that light pink above it are likely areas. Talk about caveats, likely areas where you could put in a 40-unit building today. And those areas are very few, you know, even where 32 Marion was. It's, oops, sorry, down here, it's kind of spotty between the yellow and not yellow.
Yeah, I see my block there, and I'm in a 14-story building, and I'm pink, which is pretty crazy.
Yeah, but the takeaway is where you're limited to be able to do
Yeah.
development, and, you know, on the face of it, it's probably not something we can say today, whether you're gonna be able to strike a deal with NSTAR, but I think what Kara's pointing out is you need to start being aware of
Mhm.
NSTAR needing to develop, you know, more capacity and being willing where you can to help them do that, right, to meet them halfway where you go.
I would like Anthony's idea of like, can we have some time at a future select board meeting to actually dive into like what decisions we even could make along those lines?
Yeah, does us adding municipal solar hurt this? Because I also don't
Yeah,
understand
it
that.
does in a way.
It
yeah.
does?
Absolutely, yeah,
When you play with it, you'll see it's a kind of a flop of each other.
right.
Okay,
There's two tabs, but you'll see where, in areas where it's gonna be harder to add a significant like solar farm.
Yeah.
Or the same areas where it's gonna be hard to add. a big
There's a step when you're doing any solar project, there's a step called the interconnection agreement where you actually have to ask Eversource, is there capacity to be able to do this on the grid? Because it's gonna have to run on, you know, may have to run on their wires at some point,
Mhm.
right? And so generally they say yes, but sometimes those things get hung up for a long time, because they say, oh, we've got to replace transformers, we've got to do X, Y,
Yeah.
Z in order to make that happen, so.
I see.
So it is a broader conversation, but for the purposes here, it's sort of like, this is where you're limited now to what we can do.
Yeah, and that's right, and developers will add infrastructure, yeah, 32 Marion did, City Realty, well, if they need to. But it's helpful just to know in the background to your plan, that if there's something we can do that's more supportive, that makes sense for the town and the utility company. But also just for broad planning purposes like this, you know, another purple area is west of Hammond Parkway and the line of Regina's neighborhood, I'm sorry, she just left. And it's very limited, and so there's been, you know, musings, I'll say it on the steering committee. For the comprehensive plan of like, could we do something interesting with the Putterham Library and Putterham Circle to make that. More of a destination for community space, just, you know, and I'm just broadly thinking out loud. And this is important for us to take into consideration that, okay, we should also realize that would probably require some big infrastructure upgrades to make that happen. So, last slide, anything you'd like me to reorder? And if you wanna start the conversation, or we can do it another time about what you all think would be the most helpful for like scoping a select board liaison to any land use board, whether it's housing advisory board or EDAP. I'd be helpful for me with that too.
I have two questions I suppose this falls into priorities. Number one is, in terms of things like the ADU bylaw and Toxic Ferry, that where their impacts are more diffuse than individual projects, can you give us a sense of the, I guess, mostly in terms of housing, how you think about those adding to the town's housing inventory relative to these other specific projects?
They're ones that I'm not counting on, and we're looking at how to get to the 9.2%, affordable units of adding, affordable units by 2040 or whatever it is. They're not ones I'm saying, okay, this project is gonna help us, we know, get there, because we haven't been through that community conversation. The ADUs at this point, very small effort, it's educational. Relatively speaking, it's education outreach, it's not a big public process. Talks to Harry, will be significant for at least another 6 months, probably.
In terms of effort,
In terms of effort,
Yeah, just engaging the community and see
Right.
what they want.
like, I was sort of thinking about it on the flip side. So if you take something like Tuxteth Perry or ADUs and look out, say, 10 years, 15 years, obviously there's an education phase and a startup phase to all of these things. But if you compare that to, say, 40 Kent Street, 40 Kent Street has a defined number of units that it could create, and that you've got the land and you've got the number of units. But you have a sense of where those kinds of projects that are more fixed, how those compare to the overall area of opportunity for the other project.
yeah, so I don't see either of those examples, ADUs or Tuxteth Perry, as a housing production primary goal. And so that's why housing staff would not be looking at those projects. Our housing staff would be working on Babcock Street, Kent Street, Center Street, those are much bigger, because they're much more better use of their time.
But in terms of effort, so if I'm getting what Michael was saying, right, like. There's a limited capacity of staff time, right? And so if we're giving you priorities, I would like most of staff time, and clearly there's specialization in that, but I would like most of staff time to be focused on things that. Can meet more goals, so like. Use the 40 Kent, right, like, that's a clear, like. We can create X number of housing units and also get us closer to affordability numbers. So that might make sense to spend more time of town staff energy there than Tuxteth Perry. I think ADUs are probably a little bit different because it's minimal staff time.
That's the state requirement.
Right, but and at this point, ADUs are if things are approved, it's how do we make it easier for people to build within the rules we've already set. But I would like to be thinking about prioritizing staff time in terms of return on investment, for lack of a better phrase. To meet some of the goals that we are interested in.
I agree. So I think that the list of priorities you've outlined are quite sound, and those do seem to be that they would be the higher return on investment. As you put it, they're larger scale for the most part. So I would agree with those. I would like to add some more though, because I think that we need to be doing multiple items at once, and I'm very conscious of limited staff bandwidth, but to the extent that community volunteers can do a lion's share of the work for you and maybe bring things to the 10-yard line so that there's less for staff to have to worry about, that might be a potential path forward. So there were 2 items that were raised in this discussion earlier, Lower Boylston, and I think you were talking about Washington Square around Driscoll. And given that we do have a lot of very willing volunteers in town who are very knowledgeable, it's also not unprecedented for there to be zoning warrant articles that are drafted by private petitioners. And I'm not suggesting that it be exclusively from citizen volunteers. Obviously, some staff input would be instrumental, but to the extent that we can keep your workload manageable, but at the same time be working on multiple fronts.
Yeah.
Is this where select board task forces come into play?
It could be, yes.
And I think you started to allude to this, but there are things like 26 Pleasant Street, obviously, that's also gonna take staff time. Could we go back to the earlier chart that showed the years across the top of the projects on the side? Yeah, that one, right. So I guess it looks like, for example, you've got 4 significant boxes that are pink this year, right?
For fiscal 27.
for fiscal I'm sorry, for fiscal 27, and you've got 5 set up for fiscal 28, and then it's
To be determined.
to be determined,
Multi
right?
zero.
Right, none yet established,
Yeah.
right? And so when we're talking about priorities, are we talking about 2029, or are we talking about, like, I can't tell what the maximum number is that you had in any one year?
Yeah, so what I'm especially looking for is for fiscal 27, because these are things that we've started, we're in the middle, most of them are in the middle talking the community on. We talked about the select board in the spring. I think we should continue with these as our priorities, but I'm also hearing clues of what to think about fiscal 28 priorities.
Right, well, I think 26 Pleasant is gonna come back to the,
Right, that's. It's gonna take a lot of work, but it doesn't meet this level of effort, the other things here.
oh, so it's a lower level.
Yeah, there's not gonna be any public process between now and the fall, so like. It is what it is.
So in terms of staff effort.
Yeah, I mean, there might be a planning board meeting, there will be neighborhood meeting discussion, but it's not gonna be a. Open-ended, let's think about what we wanna see on this property for 2 years, right?
Yes, that is fair enough, okay. So that gives me a better sense of scale of what a
Yeah.
big box,
Sorry, can I follow up on the Pleasant question?
yeah.
With that, are we communicating with them at all about desire for first floor commercial to try to get it through the finish line?
Yeah, they
Okay.
don't see it as a retail spot at all, they're willing to do the, they want to do the office support space that you are willing to.
Good.
Yeah, and then we need a variance to do.
Mhm.
Commercial.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or it would have to be included in another license.
So the only new thing up here is the Kent Webster. Kind of twin discussion of the town lot and the property that's for sale. Which is one that I think we should add for thinking about. Large efforts that are also development priorities. For fiscal 27, but that would be helpful because that's So.
Right, so what I hear you saying is that if we wanted to look at something like Washington Square or Lower Boylston, those would be at the scale of development priorities that you have there. And if we wanted to do that, then we would have to start looking at staff capacity and increasing staff capacity in order to do those faster.
Yes, and I think it would be helpful and not that much more time to wait for the comprehensive plan to be finished this fall, but you'll get some recommendations.
Sure.
about this piece.
Sure, and it might be that those other. Well, let me ask the question this way, can we set aside basically the staff, whatever the staff needs are for one more pink box? Based on what the comprehensive plan does, that starts in the second half of fiscal year 27, so that we don't lose.
No, we're down 3.5 people, we don't have the budget, no.
Okay,
That's a clear.
So, but no, but that's helpful. So, wait, can you explain, you're down people, are we?
We're not restoring, we're restoring one position and then we're restoring another position. That we talked about earlier with the housing planner, so this year, fiscal 27, we have trust fund, and that's coming onto the town books, fiscal 28,
right,
so between those two.
But is this a capacity issue, right? Like, if we are to actually to address not having these crazy differences between what we need just to maintain services after this override cycle ends, like, maybe it is a good use of time to like bring on some fractional help. Because, yeah, you're at capacity, and I think there sounds like there's interest from the select board to add at least one more box. And clearly, like, can't clone yourself, or any of the people, right? And so understanding what is within the capacity and one, like, it's a longer term conversation of whether we need to be staffing your office more at large. But also in the short term, like, you're right, the comp plan is coming up. And it would be nice to be able to take one of the stretches highlighted and actually in the second half of 27 act on it. So I don't know if that is like feasible for us to hire either someone new or fractional, like a consultant to help with.
I think it takes budget first, and what I'm hearing from Kara is that they don't have a budget.
That's within planning, but there might be some other areas in our budget, so we have consulting lines, no?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really, we do this exercise every year, like where are the priorities and where do the resources go? And so, if the board is wanting to reprioritize, then we'd have to come up with a recommendation on how to provide the resources to the department.
I want to ask a question about David's point of can a community group get something to the, maybe not 10, to the 30-yard line? And that can make your job easier in the second half of 27.
Yeah, so, I'm sorry.
No, that's it.
Yes, and I think, Polly's specialty division does that very well, helps people, and so does town council, spends a lot of time doing that, making sure that it's in the right form, that it makes common sense with zoning. And our department views the select board as a political partner, right? Like, we're not the front end of politics, and that's what you are a partner in for us. So if you all as a select board say, hey, we want planning to support this and this, then that makes it much easier for us to prioritize than a single resident calling saying, this is my pet project this year, and put everything else to the side. So I think the sooner those ideas bubble up, and you guys can talk about in that category of like supporting a petition article where the public process is not on us, it's on what the community wants to do. That's much faster.
Right, and then also remember that the first 6 months at least on any of these projects is the community engagement and going to the neighborhood and getting that type of buy-in and their vision and concerns and positive attributes you're looking for in a project. And I don't see why that needs to necessarily be staff-led,
Yeah.
those portions.
Yeah.
So I think we can take on more with the understanding that planning is not going to be able to oversee absolutely everything.
Right.
And we get as much done for you as we can.
Yeah, and our role will be technical advisors, making sure
Right.
Yeah.
it fits in with the rest of the.
So if-
Yeah.
So if we want to do that, then what we need is some sort of communication plan to let people know that that is something that the select board is interested in engaging in, right? As one of the next steps, as
Yes.
well as sort of establishing sort of what the process is. Right now, it's been sort of ad hoc.
Yeah.
We've all been talking to various folks to varying degrees. But if that's the way that we can expand the capacity for fiscal year 27 and then have this discussion again for fiscal year 28, then we should understand that and move forward on the basis.
Right.
I agree.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now we are running a bit behind.
Yeah, thank you.
But does anyone else have any points they want to raise before we move on?
The only thing I would say is if there's any way to speed up the types of Perry work. It's probably unrealistic to get something by November, but definitely by May, like. Either like we need to come to a conclusion or not, so we can free up staff time for some of these other work.
It would certainly be helpful in this presentation if you could identify not just what you're working on, but like when will this come to? I think of like a town meeting warrant article as the point of closure.
Yeah.
Right, but to understand that for these various projects. So is Kent Street something for May, for November of 27, like just understanding what those pieces are so that we understand how those things,
Yeah.
how you are expecting those things to stack through
And we can
would be
definitely do that, especially for the no earlier than, sometimes they extend as Bernard knows with the Fisher Hill Committee, or as he discussed
Well-
Center Streets, the community responds and the timeline changes. We don't have full control over that.
Right, but sometimes the timeline expands because of community feedback. That's a political choice, right? And that's why the select board as political agents have the opportunity to influence that factor.
And maybe the select board sometimes should weigh in more and be like, actually, let's not expand the timeline. Like, let's set a deadline
Mhm.
and come to a decision and it comes to a vote.
Right.
Yeah, I think that that's one thing that I think. I think the select board policy should change the most on is setting hard deadlines for a lot of these things. I feel like that's super.
Or at least weighing, as Amanda says, weighing in more strongly
Sure.
on maintaining them.
Sure.
But knowing, if you're saying, no earlier than X, and the select board is through its discussions and policy saying no later than X, then we can get the politics and the technical work to coalesce.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I think that's one of the most important things. And as with many things, it's very easy in the abstract.
Oh, yes.
And it's very hard when you are up there and you have 10 people who show up in public comment and say you didn't do enough public process. I feel like
I've never had that. No idea what you're talking about.
Yeah, where did you were? You know,
Yeah, sure.
how that was, it was touch and go there for a while, yeah, a long while. And
Lots of touch.
yes,
As
yes,
go as
and that is true too. It was a high contact environment. It required a lot of, a lot of one-on-one time with
Mhm.
individual people to get where it needed to go.
Right.
And some people will say that made the process better, and that's good, we should do more of that, and I think it is great to have that level of engagement, but at a certain point, the board has to say no. Right, at a certain point, the board has to say, we are satisfied with the process that we followed, and we are sorry if you were not. That's gonna be the single biggest change, because I think that is what we have encountered in the past, is that and it's what we struggled with, is we've reiterated and retooled our public processes, and the reality of the situation is there will never be enough process to satisfy everybody. That's okay, and there are people who make good faith arguments that the process was not appropriate for the thing in question. And then there are people who just use process as a cudgel, and you just have to deal with that. So I wanted to name that, because I do think it is very important to identify that in the abstract, we can say this, but when the rubber meets the road, the board serving as that political arm of the process, to be able to say, no, from a political perspective, we have done what we're going to do,
Mhm.
is really important.
Mhm. All right, so we are 15 minutes behind, well, actually more than that, because we have another item, town school partnership, but this was,
Just lunch.
right, no, I agree. No, we'll have lunch, and then when we come back, we'll address town school partnership. I don't think town school partnership is going to be a 30-minute item. It's a 2-page draft to go over. And we already discussed town school partnership earlier in some other context, but why don't we go have lunch now?
Should
Lovely.
we plan to get back at 1:15, is that okay, is that enough time?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay.
All right, we are now back with our meeting from a lunch break. And we will take up item number 7, town school partnership. Question of reviewing and approving an MOU between the public schools of Brookline and the town of Brookline.
Yes, this is a draft document, I was at the school committee signed off on this document. It's designed to begin and continue the process of implementing the expenditures revenue study committee recommendations. We are, and I think it's good for us to talk about this. But also more generally, the town school partnership as a operating body, because it has been relatively dormant with NRSC operating. The goal here is to fulfill the recommendations of the NRSC with regard particularly to efficiencies, shared services, finances, and all the things that we need to work on, as a community writ large, as opposed to just the town and the schools. So, if there are any proposed changes, comments, thoughts on this interview, and then, if you want to move it or, have it come back, in 2 weeks, we can do that. And then I think maybe it would be helpful to discuss council partnership more broadly. So with this specific document, I don't know if there are questions or comments.
Were there any recommendations from the expenditures and revenues that were not incorporated in this document?
No.
All right, then with any further discussion?
Just one
Amanda?
quick point, everything that also says town of Brookline, is the thought that this will be done at the town school partnership.
So yes, in general, the town school partnership is going to be the space where we, except for, for example, the Munis working group, and the stuff that's in the, if it's at the staff level. But the body at which, the body for which, that will be monitoring the accountability for this is the town school partnership.
Two things I will turn to that. Number one is, school model. That is not gonna be easy.
No.
And, if it's not, done with, extensive, community input, it could really blow up in our faces. I assume that would be, considered by the committee. And the other thing is, I get the sense that people think that bargaining with respect to the, healthcare split is gonna be easy. It seems to me, and I know, I'm not saying it's easy here, but I just hope that we're very careful with that too.
Yes.
Because, I can't imagine why the unions would go for that without a really, or extracting a really high price.
And Bella and I have had conversations about that, and we have internally now had conversations with our healthcare consultant about what it's gonna take, how have other communities done this, how do we, what is the most enticing offer that we can make that still is financially, makes financial sense, how are we gonna get down to where we need to get in terms of the shift, so we are putting together a formal proposal that I'm gonna put to the board in executive session shortly, because I think it's, we're gonna have to move on this. And it's gotta be sooner rather than later, so.
That does beg one question I have, which I don't know if it needs to be hashed out right now, but number 8 here is getting at what the purpose of BEEP is, and I don't know if we as a town have debated the policy of covering, right, like, if it is a TSB policy or it is a town policy that students, that preschoolers get free education. Because I think a lot of the discussions that I saw from the outside were around like making it financially solvent, but if it is an external mandate saying this is a goal of the town, then that costs something. And so I don't know if that is part of the discussion as to who made that decision, and is that something that like the town or the school owns, because preschool is like not usually covered in
Well,
towns.
Right now, my understanding is that's something that the schools are completely in charge of.
Right.
To the extent that we wanted to express universal preschool as a town value. Realistically, I don't think we would have the funding for that, but we can always set goals on the town side that are aspirational. And there are discussions at the federal level even, and at the state level, of having universal preschool. And I would like to think that if the state government or the federal government moved in that direction, that there would be corresponding funds for it rather than creating an unfunded mandate. But right now, preschool is only mandatory for those who are in special education who are at least 2.9 years old
But it's mandatory by who?
by the federal government.
So that is the, sorry, I've
That's the
never,
one preschool mandate is special education and you're 2 years, 9 months old. Then the federal government says you have preschool covered. but that's the
And
one,
do they fund that mandate or not?
Not fully.
not fully, no.
Yeah, the IDA is never been fully funded. So, like, BEEP is intended through its structure to be self-funding. It has a revolving fund that's designed to do that work, but it is not. But yeah, and the superintendent raised this point during the NRC conversations a lot of the time, right? BEEP really does serve two purposes, and one of those is a mandate. We are required to provide special education services to students who need them, once they are 2 years and 9 months old. And so BEEP is the way we do that. And as a, an added benefit, we've been able to construct a preschool program, that is popular and, serves the campus needs, but,
But that piece is mandated, and we're essentially saying that the students that are paying for preschool are covering the federal mandate.
that is correct.
And when we have this discussion about reviewing BEEP financials, we're saying we want to make sure that those who are paying market rate preschool are covering a federal mandate. And I think like that's
Subsidized.
are subsidizing a federal mandate that is a mandate on us or PSB, right? But I think it is. It gets problematic if we are saying like, you need to get your books in order, when it is essentially a federal mandate. I don't know who
Well,
can get them in order, but.
The unfortunate reality is that's how special education's addressed more broadly. Never mind just for BEEP and preschool, but special education up until students are 22. Is essentially, it's a federal mandate that's not fully funded and not even majority funded, not even close. And so this is something that I think, this comes up in override years in particular, that the schools have this unfunded mandate that gets paid by town taxpayers. Because the state government is not coming remotely close to funding it, nor the federal government.
But I think what Melinda is saying is that, parents paying at market rates are also subsidized,
Yeah.
providing the subsidy for the special ed. And, so.
Right, for
when we look at
K-12.
their, we look at their, BEEP's books, you guys will take that into consideration. In terms of deciding whether they are, I think the issue was paying, full cost of the program.
Yes.
Them being like financial self-sustaining is not really the model that I would see, because they are subsidizing a unfunded mandate essentially. And I guess like the only thing I would say is if there is a role for the town of Brookline in addition to PSB to advocate at the state level for funding, it is something that we should do.
So something that the school committee does each year and that I would actually like select board to do as well, and I talked to Chaz about this.
Yep.
Is having sort of an annual get together with our legislative delegation. So our 4 state reps, our state senator, traditionally Representative Congressman Auchincloss comes as well. And it's a great opportunity for us to express these desires and these concerns to those who are in a position to try to effectuate change in terms of getting more funding to municipalities to fill these gaps.
Do we know in the case of BEEP how much that subsidy is? Or,
We do, but I don't know off the top of my head.
I mean, I'm just wondering whether it is worth having the conversation of whether the appropriate model for funding that gap is on through the wallets of preschool parents.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's the equity question.
No, I explicitly looked into BEEP for my kids and the numbers didn't crunch because of what it would cost to do extended day on top of preschool. And so already when I was looking 3 years ago or so, like, it was not cost competitive, and the more we drive up the fees for BEEP, the fewer parents will actually cover it, even if the program is amazing. And so I am one that thinks it is problematic that we currently ask the daycare parents to subsidize this mandate.
I mean, this sounds like a conversation that should come to the town school partnership and then be at least considered within the budget conversation, just so we know, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
I like that.
All right, any further discussion? Are we ready to approve the MOU? All right, so I move approval of the MOU between the Public Schools of Brookline and the Town of Brookline. Bernard,
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Amanda,
Yes.
Anthony,
Yes.
and I also vote yes. And with that, we will now move to appointments of liaisons to boards and committees. I believe everybody has received a copy of the proposed assignments. Is everyone satisfied, or does anyone want to modify?
Question about the licensing board.
Yes,
Why does it meet?
it meets Wednesdays at 10 a.m. And you bring it in.
Maybe, that's how often?
What's it? It's the third
Is
Wednesday.
there any flexibility in moving it earlier?
Yeah, we can do that, yeah. I think we can do that.
Because that would simplify it, but yeah.
Hour, 9.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll talk offline, but I think we can do that.
Is there a way for you to just get me the meeting times of all of these?
Sure, absolutely, yeah.
On a
And you're, as liaisons, right, there's different boards have different expectations of you. Either you would ask for the council on aging, and, there's generally an expectation that folks want you to be there. Other boards will tell you, for example, you may want to come on a certain date, not another. So there's a variety of expectation there.
Gotcha. And so the surveillance committee, that I'm gonna be chair of, that one is going to be combined with the information one that we discussed?
Yes.
Okay. And then,
So right now it doesn't really exist. So I think your, kind of first order of business is to come up with a charge.
and, yeah, and I can get example charges.
Yes, absolutely. We'll get you the charge of the fire committee. We'll get you the charge of ITAC, which is the IT committee.
If you have any ideas, let me know.
Pardon me?
If you have any ideas, let me know.
Sure, and we can discuss. Yeah, first thing you should do is get a hold of the members of the committee, make sure that, you can lasso them back into, work.
Okay.
Well, I think the thought here is that we would close the old committees and I'm basically staff a new committee.
We want to start off with people who are on the old surveillance committee because, they have a lot of knowledge about what was going on before. And I think, in discussions that we had there, everyone was on board with the idea of creating something new once, that committee sort of ended.
Got it.
All right, any other questions about liaison assignments?
So we're cutting the Vision Zero committee, so that's not an assignment. And Anthony, the CDBG advisory committee is just either once or twice in February or March.
Okay.
That's
And so long as CDBG money exists.
Yeah. Okay, no, I got no questions. I'm good.
Okay. All right, so with that, we can move to our next, this is not something we need to vote.
You don't need to
so,
vote, no.
All right, so the next item, 2026 annual town meeting follow-up.
Wait, sorry, before.
Sure.
We were gonna roll something into the IT committee,
That was
which I
surveillance.
noticed. That was
So surveillance, right?
That means surveillance and ITAC were to get consolidated into one group.
I see. And Anthony's gonna be the liaison for that combined group.
Right.
Yeah, Anthony, I have some background on the SIMs and the ITAC, so we can talk about that.
Okay, so now 2026 annual town meeting follow-up items.
We'll see where.
Sure. So this is a memo I put together after town meeting that basically outlines anything that specifically calls out the select board for additional action. Usually what we would do is, we would put most of these items on the futures list, and it would be something that would be scheduled if it's required at an additional select board meeting. So obviously Article 1 wouldn't bark, you'll be doing it your June 30th meeting. We talked a little bit about the conditions of appropriation around roadway. If you wanted to, engage with the commissioner kind of on her action plan, that's something that we can get more information. Obviously, she's out of the country right now, but I'm sure we can get an update on what the plan is to meet that condition of appropriation. And then we have Article 17, which doesn't specifically, mandate the board do something, but I did, kind of read into that there should be some kind of guidance provided to departments on, what is prohibited and what the reporting requirements are. So that should probably come from our office. And then we have the non-binding resolutions, which the board can choose how they would like to treat these things. We have the 9/11 memorial, which is attached as part of this packet. And the charge is in there for what they're requesting a committee be established. So that's also in your packet. The Prop 2.5 resolution is just encouraging us to work with the MAPC to create that regional index. Obviously, Chaz is on the Metro Mayors Group. I'm on the executive board of the Mass Municipal Association, so these kind of relationships already do exist. Then we have Article 23, which obviously, we've talked a lot about the stipends for select board members. There'll likely be a moderators committee that gets formed, and then, the board would need to consider the recommendations coming out of that committee. And then Article 25 asks the board to direct the PCAC to examine the town's relationship with the BRIC. That's also attached to this packet for the full resolution language. And then the special town meeting 2, Article 2, special town meeting 1, Article 2, the MOA and tax certainty agreement. I think the MOA has already been taken care of, but the tax certainty will be coming later on in the process, so.
So who's, excuse me, who's the liaison to the PCAC?
From the select board?
Yeah.
You have historically not appointed the liaison.
Oh, really?
And so I think one of our questions here was, do you want to?
I feel like you should be a liaison to that.
Please don't. It's just my committee that created it, but.
I think one of the things about PCAC, right, is that sometimes committees will ask, for example, ACPH did not historically have, the Advisory Committee on Public Health did not historically have a select board liaison, but they asked for one because they wanted to you up to date, and they also wanted to make sure that they were not getting out ahead of the select board on concepts and ideas that they were working on. PCAC has not asked that historically. They've kind of, they take their mandate seriously to advise you all on, matters of, police operation and so forth from a civilian perspective. And so they have not historically asked for you to be a part of that conversation. They feel like it's more formal for them to do the work and then come to you with a recommendation. But we haven't had that conversation in a long time. So I don't know if it is worth asking the chair of PCAC whether they think it would be helpful, because they're co-chairs currently. Whether the co-chairs think it would be helpful for a select board liaison. But yeah, it's absolutely a conversation you could have if you wanted. We can reach out. It's up to you.
And I think we at least need to have someone from the select board discuss with them the task that we've given them.
But you could also just show up to their next meeting
Yeah.
and get on their agenda and tell them, right, like.
Well, we would call them up and say we'd like to be on the agenda.
Yeah.
first.
No, yes, but I'm saying you don't necessarily need a standing
Oh,
liaison.
yeah, I'm not suggesting that, but.
All right.
So is this the kind of thing that perhaps we should do with a formal letter? Should somebody like draft a letter to the chair of the PCAC and sort of so that we are all sort of on the same page as to what that message should be.
I mean, can we just take the text of the resolution of this is the charge?
Yeah, I don't know what else would be added.
It's none of the whereas clauses and just the ask at the end.
Yeah,
Right, I think just, I like that idea, just alerting them, this is what town meeting has asked. And we would like you to take it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're already working. I talked to,
Okay.
Paul Yee 3
Right.
days ago.
Yeah.
He's ready to go.
I was thinking about it like in the same way that I drafted a letter for the MOA to send to the planning board to do this. It communicates to all the stakeholders and in this case back to town meeting as well, that we took we took this resolution seriously and we acted upon it as town meeting directed. So from a relationship with town meeting, that formality might be helpful.
But would that letter then go to town meeting? Otherwise, how's town meeting aware of it?
So
There's
the annual report does require that you report actions on resolutions, so that would be an update for
Okay,
the annual report.
all right. In terms of other action items,
Well,
so
wait. What are we gonna do?
I mean, I do not want to be liaison.
Mhm.
So I'm willing, unless Anthony wants to talk to them about gearing up the work that they're gonna do.
well, we don't even know if they want a liaison, so I think the first step is to have a
Oh, yeah,
conversation.
yeah.
Find out if they want one. If they do, it sounds like you wouldn't want that, but Anthony was sort of the other who.
yeah, I could take it, Bernard.
Okay.
I could do that if you want.
But is this a liaison for the committee generally or a
No.
liaison specifically for this task?
This isn't a liaison at all. It would be me going to a committee meeting and then making sure that the committee chair is aware of the charge in a formal meeting and walking through what we expect.
Right, and I think it would make more sense to do that
I can write it down.
through a letter and then have all of us sign it. and Give it to them.
Okay, I can work on that for our next meeting.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
Let's talk about it.
Yeah. Yeah,
And then the one thing I will flag is I think that committee is currently short people, and so it would be good. Now that we're about to give them more tasks, to emphasize that we should try to fully staff that committee.
I'm aware of at least one vacancy. There's more than one?
Just be one, I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Who left?
I'm not sure, but I know Christine Knopf is on it and she was telling me that there's a vacancy, but I'm not sure who left.
okay, so we'll write the letter. I'll have that for next meeting. I'll work with you on it and then we can all sign it. And then I'll go to the next PCAC meeting and make sure they're aware. of the
Deliver,
charge.
yeah.
Yeah,
That sounds like a good plan.
and then for 17, just as we're on the topic of immigration,
Yes.
I'm already working with stakeholders to try to see what general orders could be done and stuff. So I'll be in contact with other members of the town staff where I have questions. And then once ready, I can bring them to an agenda and like, maybe we can put one on the agenda. After I notify you if I have something that I think we should talk about.
Okay,
At a full
sounds good.
meeting. Does that sound good?
For the condition of appropriation, I would like to follow up with the commissioner when she's back in town and or someone on the keyboard to say. How are we actually addressing this condition?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I may also discuss that with it. Erin is out for the next 2 weeks as well, so. I was planning on sort of also talking to her about that.
Yeah.
As long as we don't coordinate, we can, each do that.
I mean, the alternative is to ask when she gets back in town for her to update the select board.
Yeah.
And not to put too many things on the commissioner's plate, but just with a plan of how we're going to deal with this.
Maybe we should wait until
The
the
prioritization.
prioritization plan comes and have her address this issue in the context of that.
I was gonna suggest moving this actually bleeds into that conversation about the 2030 roadmap. You know, but I think that is a year one priority in the roadmap, thinking about how to. Increase, do more for roadways, but also get that prioritization in place. So I think having that first, which, should be done pretty soon, right?
Mhm.
And then having that conversation at that juncture sounds like the right.
So the-
Right,
The action steps are like, we can check in with the commissioner individually to try to get an update on just the condition of appropriation, and then with the 2030 roadmap, when they have the prioritization work, get an update to the select board.
I think the update to the select board on the condition of appropriation can be answered basically in the same presentation as the prioritization plan. So I think they're ultimately gonna come together. And we may get updates in the interim, but in terms of formally closing out this item.
Yeah.
It can just come to the select board as part of that. And we should just prep the commissioner for that. Does that make sense?
All right, then for the 9/11 committee. What do we want to do there?
So is it calling for a committee? See attached resolution for question on the ceremony, yeah, ceremony committee, doing committee charge, okay.
And just the select board to establish a remembrance and a committee. So very prescriptive.
I think we need someone on the select board to do other things. It's not a big, it's not a heavy lift.
So I worked with Elizabeth Child last year on that ceremony. I'm happy to take that on.
Good, nice. I don't wanna work with Elizabeth.
Um, I said. In this context, I wanna sort of raise the question, and I maybe should have raised it when we were looking at the whole list of committees, but. I'm a little worried that we have a lot of committees for specific, celebrations, commemorations, etc. I don't know if we actually have a lot at this point, but it isn't clear to me sort of what the criteria is generally. Is it just when town meeting members sort of express that this is a thing we should commemorate? Or should we have some sort of more overarching structure that handles commemorations more broadly?
We have discussed a celebration committee in the past, an idea of consolidating all the committees that are designed for celebrations of specific events into a more general celebration committee. That would be, more logistically oriented. And I think some pushback that we got on that is there are celebrations that the town has done for a number of years, particularly MLK Day, that are, not just that they're logistically complex, but that they have, great importance. The town really wants to focus on, wants people to think about how to, really commemorate the day in a good way. And there was a concern that we would lose that focus if we instead turned to celebrations writ large, as opposed to committees that were focused on the specific purpose of the celebration in question. I will say that, the number of resolutions the town has put, the town meetings put out there for things that we are supposed to celebrate and recognize has increased dramatically over the last 2 years. And a lot of those celebrations do not have committees associated with them. And so it does fall to staff, we keep a list in your office of everything that we're required to commemorate. And we, oftentimes that is, through a resolution or some sort of recognition of the day in question. But a celebration committee could theoretically do that and potentially have subcommittees dedicated to specific events that the town thinks are important. That is one way we could go about it.
And that would require town meeting bylaw.
Yes, because some of these are set. Yeah.
So it's not something we could resolve today per se, but it is we could consider a bylaw change if you wanted to move in that direction.
Wait. Clarification. Most of these have been set up based on resolutions, right?
I believe MLK and Indigenous Peoples' Day are bylaws.
Yeah.
So
Certainly MLK, so I don't know if, I'll double check with Indigenous Peoples' Day, I think it is as well. So yes, that some of the commemorations that have been requested have been by resolution, but I think there are specific committees set in the bylaws that we would need to look into there.
But yeah, I do take, but I think is Michael's point in that there's a lot of effort to name and staff a committee that plans an individual event and then sits quiescent the rest of the year. Which might be fine, like in terms of the level of commitment from folks, but there might be a better way to do it.
Just, I also take Chaz's point, though, that some of these committees being singularly focused on that one day, that's what those members are passionate about. That's what they're thinking about, and I do worry that over time, if we relied upon a more generic celebrations committee, then you're not going to have as dedicated a membership to each particular day as before, and it might end up being more perfunctory. Bernard has led the MLK committee for many years, and it's actually pretty active year round.
Yeah, we have events
Right.
year round. And, you know, Indigenous Peoples Committee also has events, I think year round.
Yeah.
And, you know, I think those two in particular really have set up structure for carrying out their mission that wouldn't really fit with a celebration committee.
Right.
The Brookline Commission for Women actually is also
Yeah,
a
that's
similar
true,
road.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds
But,
like,
but there, I'm sorry.
no, I was just gonna say, it sounds like we're not gonna do anything to streamline here, which I think might just make sense given what you
Right.
guys are saying.
I don't think we necessarily need to streamline in this instance. Nevertheless, I do like Michael's idea of maybe having a celebrations committee sort of for maybe everything else that might come up, and it might help staff if there are volunteers who work on sort of broader celebrations that come up in town, because there are many that are not encompassed by the existing committees.
Yeah. And for example, this came up around Juneteenth in terms of, you know, trying to get that under control. So that, you know, this Juneteenth that could would lend itself to a celebration committee that does some oversight. There are also, you know, Gay Pride or LGBTQ month, you know,
Right.
would lend itself to that. And it's sort of vaguely something that we're supposed to do anyway. And there, you know, other, Jewish American History Month. And all these months that we put out proclamations for could be handled. The proclamations could be handled by this committee, so. I think it's a good idea as long as we just limit it to those committees or those celebrations that are most appropriate.
Is this an appropriate function for the DEICR commission?
That's really, that's who does it now, in a lot of cases.
But to make the charge sort of more explicit, right, like, it would be great. I know they've been talking about wanting to like have a general calendar that can be shared with whoever about all the various holidays and which of them are necessary to avoid, which are nice to avoid, et cetera, et cetera. But in terms of months, they could also be coming out with a calendar and potentially planning or proposing things for those functions that we don't have specified committees.
That's a good idea.
Are all of those committees in terms of staff supports supported through that office?
Yes.
And there were also celebrations the town used to observe that it stopped doing for whatever reason, like one that would be coming up this weekend. Flag Day.
That turned
I
into,
thought that was Sunday.
It was
Well,
Sunday.
Sunday, excuse me.
Parents.
Sunday.
yeah, that
And Trump
purposely
Day.
turned into Brookline Day because it conflicted with Father's Day a lot, and it was a lot of effort to try and manage that with all the other commitments that people had, so. The rec director convinced the board at the time that having Brookline Day would be a better alternative.
Okay.
If we want to continue working on this, could we start with seeing the list that at least you guys are keeping? I don't know if
Yeah.
the DEICR commission also has a separate list.
We can do that.
Why don't we start there and then see?
Is it worth floating it to CDICR or having our new liaison to CDICR float it to them at the next meeting?
At their next, meeting
Yeah, and then like, yeah,
and get feedback? from
yeah,
them?
get feedback.
That's a good idea.
Yes. All right, any other town meeting warrant articles or resolutions that we want to discuss action items in relation to? All right, so I don't think we need to take any votes here. So that brings us to 2030 roadmap and
Yeah.
assignments for the select board.
Let me share my.
Perfect timing.
Yes.
We've caught up. One of your goals is efficiency. There you go. See? So, we have been using,
I figured, but I can't.
yes, I do my utmost. Possibly hide your ribbon. This little ribbon here. It's over there. They'll get you a kind of, get you a little bit more. You do, yeah, get you a little bit bigger. There you go, all right, very nice. So. We've highlighted here all the items that are due this year. They are year one priorities and involve the select board or the select board office. I wanted to walk through these with the understanding. I want to thank Michael, and I apologize, we haven't had a chance. There are a couple of things here that are duplicative or that are a little that are just, either scrivener's errors or things that are repeated just by nature of them showing up in different places. So we're gonna talk through those as well, but they shouldn't require, any action other than just really, a slight revision to the actual roadmap, to put it out there. But I wanted to. That's not gonna help. Whoops. Not done. Okay, so. That's a huge traffic issue. So I wanted to walk through these and kind of summarize where we are, but also what opportunities we potentially see for the board's involvement and how we can continue to be responsive to you and brief you on what it is that we're doing here. One of the, so with these, what I've done is I've highlighted things that potentially have board involved, members of the select board involved in sort of gold color. And items that you've already accomplished in green. Congratulations, you're already making progress. Something that you made today. So I want to walk through, for example, expressly include resources needed to implement warrant articles and select board reports. That's on staff side. We are planning on doing that at the beginning of the next town meeting. We are planning on asking all departments to submit cost estimates for warrant articles going forward.
So this is 1B2.
1B, yes, there we go, 1B2.
So should this be moved from the select board's list to the town staff's list?
Well, it's on SBO, select board office, yeah, so, we try to, where possible, identify the difference between select board and select board office, but sometimes there is some overlap there. So this one is us review and adapt the updated comprehensive plan. There's no action on that as of yet. Promote existing systems that improve response to citizen inquiries. Christina Metcalf, our communications director, is working on how we deal with this promotion. But one of the things, as you will see in here, kind of three major categories that I see the potential for a select board member to get involved are in communication strategy, public bodies process improvements, and funding prioritization. Those are the three kind of overarching categories where I think having a select board, effectively a liaison to those processes that we can, work with, touch base on, update, would be helpful. And so for this one, promoting the existing systems, this is really a communications issue. Determine whether the expenditures and revenue study committee will continue beyond the spring. This is really a public bodies process improvements issue. But it's also one that I think you have already discussed in this discussion of, the town school partnership at large. So I think if the decision based on today's discussion has been that TSP should take up the mantle and continue ENRSC's work, then I think we can mark this as complete, and kind of move from there, if that makes sense to the board.
Yes.
That does make sense. The only thing I would say is, I don't know if we would consider asking any of the SRC folks to serve on TSP. I don't know what the
So the makeup of
makeup
TSP,
is.
yes, so the makeup of TSP is prescribed. It is 2 members of the select board, 2 members of the school committee, and 2 members of the advisory committee. But with that said, members of the ERC are appointees of the, so, you know, for example, it will be David and Michael will be on, will be the select board liaisons, but Cliff Brown has historically been one of the 2 advisory committee members on TSP. And Dennis is usually the other as chair. Jesse Hector is the finance subcommittee director for, it's the school committee now, and that's historically been the other school committee position in addition to the chair. So you will have 2 NRC members on TSP going forward, which is good.
I would just also add to that, these are public meetings, of course, and many times there are several other people who attend and participate.
Yes. You gotta be very careful with the select board because you guys, you can't break the open meeting law. So you know, select board members can obviously attend, but sometimes we get advisory members, you know, advisory committee members will come in, and if it's something specific that the advisory committee has asked them to comment on, they can do that. But we can't because we have an open meeting law problem. So we just need to make sure that the 2, obviously you can transmit whatever it is you would like to discuss, would like TSP to discuss to your 2 reps. But you yourself unfortunately can't come to the meeting and have that conversation.
But I bring that up more in the context of ERSC members who want to participate.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, the revised MOU, we've done that.
Can we go back to the communications?
Yes,
Line there. So, in 2024, we actually put out a policy
you did.
on this.
Mhm.
So I assume that that's gonna, and I think it's a good policy.
Yeah.
I assume that that will be the basis of addressing this issue.
Yes, and I think one of the reasons particularly we'd like a select board member to talk about this is because one of the things, you know, right, you have a good policy on this, you've done, but I think it, you know, candidly, everyone gets busy, right? You all have a lot that you're doing. And I think sometimes it kind of falls by the wayside, particularly this, you know, the school committee has a really good, and David, you can comment on this, right? Has a really good practice that they've established of responding to emails, right? They have the rotation, they have the way that, you know, a dedicated school committee member responds to the emails addressed to the school committee as a whole. The select board has tried to institute that practice and it's never really taken. So I think maybe reestablishing that or coming up with a way to, you know, think about how to make that stick. Or coming up with a new strategy potentially. That would enable you to feel confident that you're viewed as responsive to when emails come in addressed to the board as a whole, rather than to the 5 of you individually. That's an area where I think we would benefit from you designating someone to work with us to figure out what the best way to do that is.
Yeah, I think that the policy that we adopted would work. Sorry, Melanie, to the extent that Melanie and probably Christine make it work. I mean, because it's really a question of directing inquiries to appropriate board members and, you know, providing them with support to respond to questions or comments from the community.
I think 3 of us are operating
Pardon?
I think 3 of us are operating in the dark here, because yes.
So the way it had worked in the past is that staff would direct those emails to the select board as a whole to the specific select board member who's sort of the go-to person based on the category that the email falls into or the subject matter. That became, I think, an overwhelming amount of work, and so that hasn't consistently been done. On the school committee side, what they do is, but granted there are 9 of them, is each week it's a school committee member's turn to respond.
Could I ask that we take up as an agenda item in a future meeting, just bring back this policy so we can look at it?
Absolutely.
Make a decision.
Well, I think that we're doing that at 2:30. That's item 12.
But we didn't specifically flag that policy, which, right, there are to bring up.
Yeah.
So we will bring that back to you. I think that's a good, when you've had time to review and think through it. So we will circulate the 2024 policy and have that conversation. So that's sort of this question of response to citizen inquiries. You've done the work, you've done the memorandum of understanding, and there's a duplicative thing here. We scroll over a little bit so you can see the numbers that we're talking about. You're consolidating and eliminating public bodies. We had that discussion earlier today. Develop an evaluation protocol and routinely assist the efficacy of public bodies and propose improvements. And then define roles and expectations for select board liaisons, public body members, staff, including staff, and when select board involvement is necessary. You've started that process, I think, but the question is really, right, how do we assess the efficacy of public bodies? What's working, how do we determine when a committee submits a report to you, do you want to have kind of more of an evaluative process? Do you want committees to come in and talk about the work that they're doing and why it's important? Or is there another way to kind of handle that? And I wonder if, someone under the broad heading of kind of public bodies, process improvements might want to take that sort of work on in year one.
Yeah, I mean, I would take that on in the context of the handbook, right?
Yes,
Sort of
yeah.
fits there, and I don't think that we would have to establish an evaluation protocol and like share it with all the public bodies before we hold them to any expectation.
Right. Correct. Are you volunteering?
Yes.
Okay. Is everyone okay with?
Yes. Better than me. By the way, my understanding of the process that we set up is that the committee would make a report every year. And in that report, they would assess the value of the committee and sort of self-evaluate.
So we have given them wide latitude in what they choose to report now. So I think you can, as we look at the handbook and, look at potential revisions to it, maybe be a little more prescriptive in saying, identify your, metrics of success, or,
Do we have all of the annual reports due at the same time, or are they?
they're staggered.
Okay, because otherwise we certainly won't give proper attention to.
That's right. We try and schedule them so that,
Well, no, but they also provide an annual report in the annual report. So there's kind of two different evaluative processes. The board, kind of inviting them in to report on their work, and then also just the town's formal annual report.
But what we're expecting, or should expect, is an answer to the question, should you continue as a committee? Which it would not be an annual report, of course, but.
Or potentially if so, how? Because you could see a committee maybe not meeting the expectations we had, but needing a different use or a different focus in the next year.
Well, we engaged in that exercise somewhat earlier today. The committees, sometimes it's obvious, a committee hasn't met in 2 years. Or whatever the need was that led to its creation has been met.
Yeah. So, sorry, scroll down here, but I'll show you where we are. So that's where we were, defining roles and expectations for select board liaisons, reducing administrative burden, technology used for transcripts and summaries. Staff is working on that. We have then these two, get about the future and expenditures and revenues. We've addressed that, where that's the rest being the TSP. These next three deal with intergov work. To David's point, we're gonna try and set up that meeting for the fall to talk to the legislative delegation about the priorities there. I don't think there's an immediate need for select board involvement beyond making sure that we impress upon the legislative delegation the importance of coming and hanging out. And I think in the future, we're gonna try and consolidate that actually with the school committee and have a joint meeting so that everyone's priorities can be heard at the same time. Continuing to fund reserves and unrestricted funds. Yep, that's, we continue to do that. We will talk, obviously about the free cash. We put on the futures list, Anthony, your request about affordable housing trust and the free cash policy there. So the 5-year service and priority list for strategies and existing plans to receive funding when available. I think this actually dovetails a bit with OPEBs because it is one of those policies, the unfunded liabilities policy. And then again, this is the same language, it's duplicative here. This is, this is the, funding priorities area.
Can you scroll to show the numbers?
Yeah, sure.
Just so.
3E2, 3E3, 3E1. So here, what we're trying to do is now talk with departments, to talk about how they are integrating these various plans and prioritizations. But then I think at the select board level, it would be helpful to have the liaison to have those conversations with everything kind of laid out so that people could see where the priorities are. And then a select board member can help walk the broader board through where your priorities intersect. And where we on staff need to reprioritize in order to meet the community's needs. I want to keep walking through these, but I'll come back to this in kind of the broader overhead of finance. Team analyzing overtime, we are doing that, the staff is doing that. Attend town providing emergency training on a regular basis. I flagged this for you. You will get invitations. We're going to try and rotate and make sure that as many of you as possible will attend. For example, we have an annual tabletop exercise about hazardous materials. We're hoping to develop regional training about hurricane preparedness, and weather preparedness. So obviously you will, as many of you as possible will be invited to that. And we will just continue to make those efforts. So I flagged that. There's no immediate need for action item, but that it does involve you and it will involve, individual members of the board. So more to come on that, but no need for action on their parts.
So we have a number of policies related to this, and maybe they should be circulated to the new members of the board.
Sure. I will also say there's a FEMA provided training for government officials that's free, which we will circulate to you as well. It allows you to kind of understand the role of elected executive boards in the event of an emergency, what the roles and responsibilities are. We will also make sure that everyone has the most recent version of the emergency management plan, which talks about everyone's roles and responsibilities as well. What the incident, how we can provide information, the chief role of the select board in a crisis situation is reassuring the public and providing accurate information to the public as emergency responders deal with those issues. And it's my job in those situations to, manage that relationship and manage that information flow between the emergency responders, the incident commanders, and you all, often as the public facing folks who are helping to reassure constituents and make sure everyone has accurate information out there. So all of that is important, and it's just critical that we all continue to understand, in a crisis, what do we do? And the same way, when those things come up, you, Anthony and Amanda, you're both are newer to this, but you will receive a series of running text messages from me, or emails, depending on how urgent the situation is.
But it does mean that when we receive those, somewhat of the ask is to disseminate the information. Although it seems like in the case of a real emergency, you probably don't want like 5 of us all trying to figure out
That's
how to
right.
do that.
And that's why, there is a single point of press contact, there's a single point of contact at town hall in an emergency. So you are not all expected to be going on TV and doing all that. In fact, you're expected to try and put a unified front together. But you guys know where the community is, right? You have constituents, you have people who are reaching out to you probably on a regular basis, who are saying, what's going on here? What do I need to know? Is there a danger to my family? And that's where you all providing that reassurance is really critical. Making sure that you have that direct constituent contact and are able to reassure people that they have accurate information.
I might have missed it, but just before this, the white box on overtime usage.
Yes.
How are we analyzing that, and what is the role of the select board?
Charlie puts an annual, quarterly overtime report together, for all the departments that, for all the public safety departments. We analyze, use patterns, we've been, down to day of the week, type of leave used and so forth, all of that. Even overtime is reported to the advisory committee on a quarterly basis. And is also sent to you all, so that you have an update on where all of this, where our usage is and if there are any concerns there. So you, in terms of your role there, I think it's always if you have questions or if you want to have a discussion about, where we see these projections or why we are where they are, we're always happy to have that conversation with you as a board. We are doing our, when people say, what strategies are you employing to keep overtime down, we can obviously talk about that. But this is definitely an area where, it's more about public education, because we are employing a large variety of strategies to try and control overtime costs.
Yeah, no, and my naive take on most things is like, if you have a body that uses a certain amount of overtime, that's usually a sign that you need more employees in that body.
That's correct.
And so like, if we realize that's always happening, then we should probably be part of this conversation of like, should we be staffing up?
Yeah, so, the ENRC report has, all of the, and the final report has all of the memos that I put out. And you should check those out and, even if you're just scanning them, because we have looked into that question of whether or not adding staff is a solution, and it actually isn't a solution for various reasons. This, on the fire side, it has to do with the fact that, with how they do their shifts, they work 2 shifts a week on average, and they're not always the same days. So it's not possible for adding staff to sort of absorb other people's overtime. They can't work 2 24-hour shifts in a row. So it's detailed in the memos, but the overtime issues, we actually just sort of had a referendum on the fire overtime issues with the overtime, which, funded the overtime issues that for years we've been asking, are these normal? Do we want these to be funded or not? And so in large part, the question has been answered, but I have raised the point that overtime costs kind of continue to creep up a little bit at a time. And so I think this remains to be an issue that the board wants to keep an eye on as far as overall fiscal stability and health. Is this going to continue? What are we going to do about it? But for now, the deficit that we see has been funded by the, so.
Again, I think this is item 3E6, but this is listed as a select board office, town staff
Yep.
issue, not a select board issue.
Correct, yeah. But I do think, you should be aware and informed.
Sure.
There's a policy role in that because, it's not necessarily up to staff to determine necessarily what's appropriate or not appropriate, right? I think it's our job to sort of tell you what we're seeing, what's
Right.
happening, why it's happening, and then to get the board's response to it.
There are some goals that are listed both as select board goals and town staff goals. Doesn't appear to be one of them.
No, it's just a select board office.
Right, but maybe this needs to be split so that we understand both the relationships.
And just one quick point, I wouldn't necessarily interpret the override as being anything one way or another on overtime, because that was not part of the argument. Supporting firefighters, yes, but like, it was built as like laying off 20, not like whether or not you should actually have overtime, so be careful not to overinterpret that vote.
Yes, there was
We'll
an
talk about.
interesting, right. Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. Moving on, again, collaboration on departments, that's on our end, we are doing that work. Helping recruit underrepresented voices on public bodies, broadening pool of residents engaged and reflected in decision making. These two, I think, are part of this communications strategy. How are we communicating out? So I want to flag those. These two established on these.
Can we go back to that?
Yeah.
That is something that the diversity office is actually doing.
Yes.
I think we need to, just be aware of that and maybe see, they need some additional push or additional help.
Yeah.
And
will
we
say-
ourselves also addressed this partially this morning where we were talking about bringing other voices in
Right.
to serve on our boards and commissions.
Yeah, I will say the number one way that I have found to get people to serve on a board or commission is to ask them directly. To find them, track them down, say, hey, you'd be good at this, come do this work, do it for free, you're. Direct recruitment is almost always the best way to get someone. We have been much more proactive, it's not just my newsletter, for example, we're gonna go out and table at the farmer's market this summer. And we bring the list of vacant boards and committee seats and we say, hey, you wanna work, come do some cool work for the town, here's a list. We do it at Brookline Day, any event where we have a presence, we try and we need the select board office, we try and talk up service and boards and committees, and we have gotten, a number of applicants as a result of that, which has been great. But, still, the best way of outreach is person to person. So I would just encourage you all, you have a thought, and you're like, oh, that person would be really good on that committee, tell them, see if they want to do it. So those two are part of the communication strategy. Then we have these two, which I think are part of the funding priorities, they're basically the same thing, the accelerated target for roadway maintenance and the roadway safety improvements on the high priority network. Again, I don't think this is the funding priorities are a year one item, but I don't think it's emergent yet. I think you've got to wait until the commissioner goes through that prioritization process and then have that broader conversation.
So before you move off of this,
Yes.
I'm noticing that there's a key performance indicator under this goal 4. About that says participation by underrepresented groups increases annually.
Yes.
Is there a baseline being established for what that means?
We have a baseline, both HR and ODICR keep a baseline of service on boards and committees, who is, the demographics of who is serving.
Can we see that?
You bet.
Beyond that, when we talk about underrepresented, are we referring to the Brookline population, regional population, national?
That's a good question. We have historically interpreted it to mean the local population. We've tried to, we know that our demographic makeup is different than other demographic makeups, but we also know that, to a point that I think Bernard often raises, one reason why people of color don't come to Brookline is because they view Brookline as historically hostile to their communities. And so we, just to take one example, and so we realize that ensuring that people have a voice and are represented and are able to be and feel confident that this is a community that welcomes and encourages participation from everybody is important. So it's not just, well, there aren't a lot of people of X minority around, so we're not going to put them on, we're not going to recommend them for boards or commissions. We don't have a quota system or anything like that.
Well, that's why I'm a little bit concerned about how we define underrepresented, because if we go strictly by local population, I wouldn't want to ever be in a position where we're saying, for example, our Black population is pretty small.
Mhm.
And if we have 2 or 3 Black members on something, one could say overrepresented. But that's, I don't think on a regional and a national basis, we would never think that. And of course, we want to be lifting minority voices. So I'm a little worried about tracking it solely based on the local population.
I think we can, and that's a good piece of feedback that we can take back, we tend to use that as the baseline, but we try, it's not a mandate, right? It's not the be all, the end all. We know that just because their population might be small, doesn't mean that that group is somehow not entitled to representation. In fact, often it's the opposite. It's, you really want to reach out to communities that feel that are underrepresented and heard in and even, within, I think you really have to think, even more deeply in terms of, different populations, even within subgroups that are not always recognized, I think there's, for example, there's a huge Asian diaspora in Brookline, but those communities are very different, depending on who you talk to. It's not, you know, not enough to say, oh, you know, we have adequate Asian representation. Really have to think of, you know, someone coming from the Indian diaspora is very different, you know, background and upbringing. And someone coming out of the, you know, Chinese or Japanese diaspora, both of which, all three of which are substantive populations in Brooklyn. And ensuring.
Can I add one thing?
Yes.
One of the key issues the issue of Black residents and, you know, surrounding areas feeling Brookline is not an engaging or hostile place. It's based on what we tell them. And that was a big problem a few years ago when the message coming out of Brookline residents, not all, some, was that Brookline is not where you want to be if you're Black. So an important part of, you know, this effort should be to make sure that we are always marketing Brookline in a positive way, in a truthful but positive way. So.
And to the extent that a negative perception is real, trying to correct that underlying reality.
Yeah, or making sure that it's actually real and is presented in a context that makes it, you know, truthful. I mean, for example, you know, the number of, this was the issue that came up a number of years ago. US News and World Report said that Brookline was one of the cities where the number of traffic stops far exceeded the number of the percentage of Black population in town. Well, of course, the reason is we have Route 9 going through town. So, I mean, that's a true fact, but the context is important in terms of really helping people understand what it's really like in Brookline.
I just want to point out, yes, context is really important. I just want to make sure that in our attempts to promote the goods of Brookline, we're not quieting voices that have real concerns that need to be addressed.
Of course, yeah.
Right, that's why I'm saying to the extent that the concern is legitimate or merits further inquiry, that we work to remediate. So it's not just about selling Brookline, but also correcting where we may be falling short.
To move through these last couple ones, you know, again, we're working on competitive wages. You know, obviously the role of the board there is, as you know, the executive is to set our negotiating parameters and move through that. We are doing that now. We will be doing that again as FY 28 approaches. Excuse me. Reviewing the roadway safety plans, that's currently ongoing at the T-board as part of that working group. And that comes out, obviously, I think that's something for the prioritization bucket, but right now that's resting with that working group. And then review and adopt the climate action plan. You got it.
You skipped line 83.
Yes, I'm sorry, establish and fund. Both of these items, again, I think are the discussion of once the working group comes out with that recommendation, then I think that then falls into the broader discussion of prioritization, funding prioritizations.
This particular item is, in my mind, directly related to the graphs that we have seen from DPW that show that if you spend X dollars, then you get roadway quality of Y, right?
Yeah.
And I understand how all three of these things are linked, right? The funding for roadway maintenance, the questions of safety plans and how those get incorporated, and then the overall budget,
Right.
right? So, you know, there are trade-offs amongst all of them. So I guess maybe yeah, and there are probably other things to fold into this as well in terms of sourcing money, like the Affordable Housing Trust Fund payment, right? This is the whole CIP discussion.
Right.
Part of that discussion. So. So I just would want to make sure that particular graph is like sort of central to that particular item.
Yeah.
So that in meeting that goal, we're very conscientious about the choice that we're making.
And I think one of the, that graph is really important. It tells a vivid story, but it's also inherently incomplete because it doesn't tell the story of how far your dollar goes. Right, it makes an assumption about how far each dollar goes in terms of roadway repair and maintenance. But that, if you change that assumption, if, for example, you move more towards just, mill and overlay and no changes, et cetera, then the cost go to set your roadways at a certain level goes down. But
Do you mean up?
Hmm?
The cost to get a roadway to a certain level goes up, the more.
so the more complex you make a project.
Yeah,
The higher the cost,
Yes.
and therefore your dollar, the average cost per foot to do your road. Increases, so it makes an assumption on what the average cost of a project is, and when you alter the basket of projects that you're doing. You alter that number, and therefore those graphs change.
My understanding of that graph is that less expensive treatments that have a lower impact are reflected in that graph. So that if you spend $1,000 towards a mill and overlay project, you will get more improvement over a shorter distance because you can't go as far. But if you spend $1,000 on a less impactful treatment, you can go farther and then raise the PCI over a greater distance. You're just not raising it as far for the roadways that you treat. So I'm not sure I understand why the budget, how you get the budget PCI trade.
I think it makes an inherent, as I understand those graphs, it makes an inherent assumption, right? It says the average cost to factoring all of Brookline's projects in, the average cost to bring PCI up in Brookline is X. And so if you make that assumption, then you have to spend $5 million, say, in this case, it's really like $8.1 million a year in order to just maintain the roads as they are. But if you alter that assumption of what the average cost is, by altering the basket of projects that we do.
Or by increasing the amount of safety improvements.
Or by increasing the amount of safety improvements, you can change that calculus. You could bring it down, you could bring it up. I think maybe we're saying the same thing. I don't know.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
On line 84, did we put any thought in regards to vacancies? Did we put any thought in updating the website to have a?
Yes, in fact, the kind of website refresh more general.
Got it.
Because I think one of the things, Michael, that you brought up that I think is really important for us to discuss is not just vacancies, but messaging this out, messaging the 2020 roadmap out. And I really, I thought the demo that you put together of the site was really effective, and I would like us to, take a look at that as part of the broader communication process.
Okay.
So, we're talking about a number of potential improvements to the website and messaging that will, for example, some towns have a chatbot on their website, that can be used to, answer questions in real language. I want to test it. I tend to be more of a skeptic of AI, but I'm not a Luddite. I'm not out there smashing. Maybe I should be. I don't know. So all of this to say, you can see there, I have sort of this into 3 broad categories where I think having regular touch points with a single select board member to then bring out to the broader board is helpful. That would be the funding prioritizations, the communication strategy, and the public bodies process improvements. Michael has graciously volunteered for the public bodies process improvements. Funding priorities, I think is going to, like I said, is probably going to be your conversation in the fall after the budget gets started in earnest and this process, kicks into gear and we have the results of the working group for the roadways stuff. So, not a heavy lift till the summer, but probably as the budget picks up. And then communication strategy, I think is, probably gonna be more of a regular touch point, meeting with Christina, talking about how we get the message out, what we can do on that front. So I guess my question to you all is, do you agree that's something that the board member would be helpful? A single board member as a point of contact would be helpful for? And if so, does anyone want to volunteer?
Still wrapping my head around the process.
So the two buckets that are out there, are funding prioritization. Thinking about as we prepare the FY 28 budget and beyond, how we structure the select board's priorities in order to make sure that they're reflected in the budget. And that will involve looking at all the various plans that we have in terms of and identifying, the priorities that are listed there and how they are then reflected in your budget. And that's a process that involve, walking through with you some of that stuff as the budget cycle gets started in earnest in September. So
That sounds like a whole select board thing, because it's really, there's a lot of politics involved in that.
I
Well, I
agree.
think that-
I don't think that can be one person.
I think that's right. I think it comes back to the full board in September, right? September is also where I want to set your FY 28 goals and objectives so that we are going into the budget cycle, ready to have those conversations. So if you think that's more of a whole board thing, we can certainly do that.
I mean, this morning we had, granted it was partial, we sort of identified that planning is very, very important. I mean,
Yes.
almost anything else flows from our ability to pay for things.
Mhm.
So I think, at least for me, that's a priority. I got the sense that it's probably a priority for a majority of the board.
Yeah, I think we heard that, and I think, to Melissa's point too, the question then is, that is a priority for us as well. I think it is through a thing through which a lot of other things flow. And we gotta keep picking up the trash. We gotta keep the police on the streets. We gotta, the cost of running. The lion's share of what we spend our money, I mean, almost all of what we spend our money on is on people, and it's the people who keep the, bread and butter of the town running, the people at the desk who help you pay your taxes, the people in the clerk's office, the people, at the municipal service center. And so when we talk about that prioritization, core government function takes up, I would say conservatively, 85% of your budget. And what remains in that 15% are some things you don't have control over, and then a very vanishingly small portion of the budget that I would call discretionary.
Can I make one point? I think one thing that very rarely seems to come up is weighing sort of staff between buckets. And not that that's an easy conversation, right? But we tend to move forward on planning has this number, economic, well, that's planning too.
DPW sustainability.
But I do think that there might be shifts based on prioritization of where you might want more personnel. And I know that's hard to have that conversation when you're talking about real people. But there should be some level of like, okay, maybe we are not staffing this office appropriately and we need to devote more resources to this office. And like making some trade-off of like, okay, maybe this is less important to us at this time and can deal with one fewer staff. And I don't know how to have those conversations, but I do think it's important that we have those.
Well, without going into a lot of detail right now, I know that the town administrator is looking at certain consolidations based on retirements primarily, and some restructurings, and that can sometimes open up enough room for a new position.
Right, I think it is, ultimately, because we budget at the departmental level, having those cross-departmental conversations can be tough. It is, with that said, it's not impossible. And I want the board to feel that you have the ability to set the priorities and that the priorities are then reflected in the budget. So like, not impossible. Absolutely, we will, I think how this tends to work is if you tell me after going through this budget, the initial budget discussion in September, we really think we need an extra person, the department has told us that in order to do the things we want, in any department, we need X number of people. We agree, we want X number of people. Then it's my job to come to you and basically offer you a menu of options for how to get that done. And so I would work with other departments, I would figure out where we need to make cuts, and I would present that to you, or present options. So that's how we would do that. Yeah.
So you have the roadmap, right, which, we haven't necessarily prioritized within the roadmap. But I guess my question is, if you assume that the roadmap everything on the roadmap was a relatively even priority, and anything not on the roadmap was, for year one, was less a priority, how much does that answer your question about prioritization? Is it sufficient or not?
It goes a good distance, but I think the ultimate question is. I know where your priorities are and where they aren't. What I want to know is what level of trade-off are you willing to make in order to have those priorities focused on, right? Because we can do this work, we can do the work that you're asking us to do. But if you want us to accelerate that work, if you want, to David's point, if you want us to do more on some of this stuff, it will inherently mean that we're gonna have to make cuts elsewhere. And for example, there's a lot that isn't on this roadmap that is the basics of keeping the lights on. And that's really where that's the kind of missing piece in this discussion is,
Roadmap is dominated by DPW and planning. That's a lot of the goals, which makes sense because DPW touches a lot of things and so doesn't planning, but there's other aspects that keep the town running that are still priorities, but not as visible. The constituencies that have a voice tend to get the most resources because they know how to use that. So that, we just have to balance that out.
and I think, right, there's, too, like, Amanda, you raised a question, earlier this week about assessing, like, assessing is a relatively small office, but the function they perform is, extremely well. And so.
And that's part of the roadmap, right? Like thinking about spending more to make more, right? And so realizing what those positions are.
Yeah, and I think what no, it's fine. I think what you'll find too is, when you look at the conversation we had in the override cycle where, to get to a number that allowed the schools to have what they needed to have, we made cuts, right? We've already made cuts where we thought we could. And so, we can continue to reprioritize, but it will be a similar discussion to what we had with the override, which is, if what are some of those no override scenario situations and how will we deal with that?
I'm looking at the roadmap page and I'm looking at action number 1A1, which is document the required base services each department provides, which is a year 2 to 3 operation. But I'm wondering if we need that in order to do the prioritization that you're talking about, and whether it's worth putting some level of effort over the summer into working on putting that information together.
So we are planning on trying to do that this summer. We have an intern from the Department of the Division of Local Services, that's one of the assignments that we're going to be giving the intern, is to categorize things that are state mandates and things that are town bylaw mandates, so that the service levels for each department are kind of traced to the actual genesis of the bylaw or mandate where it's coming from.
And then I have one general question in terms of budgeting, and that is, I'm sure you've probably already thought this, but like, I know at least from roadway stuff, we do a lot of like contracting out for consultants that are probably a lot more per hour. And I don't know if we've ever thought of like what we can do in-house and whether we might save money by hiring an additional staffer in-house.
Yeah, but it is a good question. We do consider that a lot. And in fact, I think one of the most effective things that Brookline does is it tries to manage as many projects as it can in-house. We really do not have large consulting budgets, especially when compared to some of our peer communities, because we try and hire and maintain internal talent. And that's the reason why of all of the, $500 million of capital projects that have been done in the last 20 years, one of them was over budget. And it was one that we actually relied more on outside help than others at the high school. Every other project has come in on time, because we use internal project management, strong control team. So it is definitely an area where we focus, but the reality is we don't spend a lot of operating budget dollars on consultants, especially compared to peer communities.
Yeah, Charlie did an analysis for the expenditure and revenue committee that basically proved that out as well. So.
So less than 0.5% of the budget goes to any sort of outside services. And I think of that, most of it was planning dollars to do planning consulting services. And that's, we take recommendation from Kara on whether or not, how much to fund that. I mean, she requests that money to a certain level. So it's, again, it is a very small portion of what we do. That is outside contracted services. Yeah.
Does that include DPW operation?
It doesn't include, for example, the outsourcing of the sanitation operation, which we did just do last year. And that was, after some heavy analysis.
I remember that part, so.
Right.
But in terms of roads, like, I know we often end up, my husband sat on the Washington Street corridor and it's like, okay, now we've like brought in these design consultants, but that's still like only a fraction of the cost.
Well, we were looking just at operating budget dollars. We weren't looking at capital budgets when I did that analysis. So I think if you factor that in, sure, we do spend money on architect engineering services beyond what I'm talking about.
Well, but also things like the $5 million for repaving roadways. That was mostly contracts for.
Right, Chaz was referring to consulting services, so you're right, though. We have contracted services for roadways, yes.
I guess my ask would be there might not be anything there, but at least to look at what we contract to see whether we might be able to save money and do more by.
Yeah, we have conversations with department heads every year in their budget, during the budget season in the fall. And we talk, in depth about, how their operations are going and what they're spending their money on. And, for example, we've talked to the health director, the new health director, about a couple of outside contracts we have that we'd like to think about bringing in. That he thinks he could do better work for the same amount of money, not necessarily saving any money. But
building with HVAC techs, things like that.
right, we do analyze, we're basically constantly working with department heads to find some kind of efficiency or savings. So it's a continuous ongoing process.
Right.
But when we come around, and maybe we can find a way to talk about it sooner, but when we come around to budget season next year, it's a good time to ask departments about that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? How much of your work is contracted out versus how much is in-house.
And it may be to your point about looking at operating costs versus the CIP. It may be that we are spending money in the CIP that could be more efficiently used with in-house staff, but that would turn it from a CIP operation into an operating expense.
Yes, that's with group health and pensions and all that. But I mean, it's some of the stuff we're talking about here, like designing, for example, complete streets projects or really complicated projects. You want world-class expertise on you, and you can't necessarily afford to pay people to do that in-house sometimes. You know what I mean? We pay our project managers for all these building projects, but we still hire an architect.
Yeah, I get all of that. I'm just, when you have a organization that thinks of separate pools of money funding separate things, and we don't always think about cross savings between them. And I don't know the best way to think about that, but it is worth considering of CIP versus operating, and if we would come out in the end ahead.
Right.
We can reevaluate how we're funding CIP versus operating budgets. And then,
So what I'm hearing is, in terms of the finance discussion, we should have a discussion with the full board in September about prioritization as part of your portfolio retreat and goal setting process for FY 28.
Sure. Yes.
Okay,
And what was the third thing?
communications.
So we already started to talk about that under some of these other discussion items, and that's also what we have docketed for our last item today.
So communication, outreach, communication strategy, education on warrant articles, email response policies, office hours. We talked about office hours, as a potential option. I wonder, given Bernard's point about the 2024 policy, and how that folds into this, if you might want to take this on at a future meeting, because it's almost 3. You guys did a lot of work already today. We can obviously I'm happy to have the discussion, but I think maybe giving you the opportunity to read what the current policy is and work through that, and then come back with a proposal we can come back with a proposal for updates. Michael, also your proposed language about education on warrant articles. I think.
Right. We should also fold into the information that you sent me as
Yeah.
well, because sort of.
Yeah.
I felt a little, well, I was a little ignorant at the time, because like if I'd known about those things, then there's lots of duplication there that we don't need.
On the point of office hours, so when I was on school committee, we did that for a time.
Huh.
And to my surprise, literally nobody would show up.
Yeah.
And it seems that the more effective way, that at least I found, is people will reach out to us when they reach out to us. And then you just try to find the time to meet with them. I mean, we could try office hours, but I haven't found that to be successful.
One thing I found that would be helpful, that has been helpful, is office hours focused around a particular topic. If you say, hey, come and see us, talk about anything. Like, well, I don't want to talk about anything. Or, right, or I'll raise it, I'll raise it when I want to raise it with you. But if you say, like, I'm having office hours, and the focus, I would love to hear from you about X, then people who are interested in that particular topic tend to show up, and oftentimes you may then get kind of spillover about, the conversation may evolve into other topics. So potentially one way of doing that is to think about, what are areas of conversation you'd like to solicit the community's feedback on, and then structure that as kind of a free-flowing conversation rather than a call and response.
And we may end up amongst the 5 of us also employing different strategies.
Right.
Yeah.
Because you might do that. I might, for example, do the thing that I did with Chestnut Hill, where I sort of contacted town meeting members and said, can we get together for an hour and talk amongst however many town meeting members and talk about X?
Mhm.
Right, and sort of schedule it that way.
I do think we might want to create a somewhat more formalized system around that model that you very effectively executed in the ambit of Chestnut Hill West,
Mhm.
of meeting with various town meeting delegations to go over something. I think that provided a lot of information to people and really clarified a lot of concerns.
I really like the idea of splitting the town into multiple, like splitting the precincts amongst ourselves and being like, oh, let's go do more article reviews with them. Nothing.
Well, I mean, we are all representatives of all 63,000 residents.
Yes.
So I wouldn't want to say, okay, these are my folks and those are your folks.
Yeah, I was just talking, I was talking about logistic.
I think thematically rather than geographically.
Yeah,
Yeah, sure. That makes more sense. Because we all have different
Like your
thematic
idea
interests.
of tabling most of this till the next meeting, but I do want to flag that, we should be cognizant of time spent and who engages. I really like the idea of reaching out to folks. But if we take on something like office hours and the Brookline 100 show up, how helpful is that? Is this opening up a new way of communicating with the same people you're already communicating in other channels? Or are we actually reaching more people and making the select board more accessible? And I don't know the answer, but
I will say another area there, the best turnout I got for the budget 101, which was also not well attended, was at the housing authority. So, you know, taking the show on the road is really helpful. It was the housing authority and the senior center. Those were the two
Mhm.
areas. Most interest and the most, you know, dynamic conversation. You know, I had one very eager young person show up to the school. They were interesting. We had a good conversation.
Yeah, even South Brookline, you know, we went to the Putterham Library, we had a handful of people.
Yeah, we had about 9 people.
But, you know, I think we could have probably advertised a little bit better, but
It does vary a lot. So I remember in my school committee time, we used to regularly do that. We'd have meetings at each school.
Yeah.
Different parts of town, and some schools you'd get 2 people. Some schools you'd get 40 people, and just the variation was quite striking.
So we'll table communications. We'll come back. Well, I will circulate both the documents that I sent to you, Michael. Is it okay to circulate your draft? as well?
If you like, sure.
Yeah, and just about warrant articles, about how to help people draft warrant articles. And we'll come back once we have more of that background distributed amongst the members.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Cool. So that concludes our
done?
meeting. Right at 3:00. Well.
Good job.
Wow.
Thank you.